Yes, this is Todd. It works for me.
Works for us as well. Thank you.
All right, I'm also seeing a note in the chat for asking for a password.
And if Kevin's running into the same issue,
Get started. All right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the second workshop in our acquisitions rulemaking, which is proceeding R.22-04-003. I'd like to give you all a warm welcome as we are about to see quite an atmospheric river in the Bay Area. So hopefully you all are staying safe around here, and we appreciate everyone's participation and ability to help us talk through some important points here as we deal with water system rights and water system valuation. With that, we'll have a couple logistics slide on how to work through WebEx, and I appreciate everyone's patience on this as we're working through some technical difficulties. So I'll hand it off to Jeff here from our team to walk through the logistics.
Good morning, everyone. This is the second of 4 workshops in this rulemaking, obviously conducted virtually through WebEx. You will be muted upon entry. But if you have comments or would like to speak, you can use the WebEx raise hand feature. There will be an opportunity to provide comment later in the afternoon. The chat box feature should not be used for formal comments, but can be used to ask general questions or other technical issues. This workshop is being recorded, and there will be a workshop report issued by Water Division afterwards. So this will be on the record of this proceeding. And next slide, please. So on the screen, you'll see a guide to the various WebEx commands. On the left side, there will be the switch for closed captioning. To the right, the option to unmute or mute yourself. The raise hand buttons farther to the right of that. And then on the far right, you'll see the meeting participants and the button for the chat box. Next slide, please. And just a safety message for those of us working remotely, be sure to check your posture regularly. There will be a few breaks throughout the day, one in the morning, one for lunch, and one in the afternoon. And ensure your walking past the doorways are unobstructed if that is relevant to your situation. And next slide, please. All right, and with that, I'll hand it over to our commissioners and Board Member Firestone to begin the opening remarks.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. And I know that there is some troubleshooting occurring to make sure that everyone who needs to attend, would like to attend, is able to attend. So thanks for the folks who are troubleshooting all of that. I am the assigned commissioner for this proceeding, and I'm pleased to welcome you to this workshop. I also want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Darcy Houck from the CPUC, and board member Laurel Firestone from the State Water Resources Control Board for joining us today. Now, as we re-examine the Commission's long-standing acquisitions framework, it is important to keep California's most vulnerable and burdened communities at the top of our minds, especially with this next storm coming in, both in the Bay Area and in Northern California, very much on our minds. And all over California, there are communities that are digging out of snow. The governor just declared emergencies in many more counties. At any rate, our first workshop focused on inadequately operated and maintained water systems in California. How can we incentivize the acquisitions of such systems and help achieve access to clean drinking water for all. Today, we focus on the valuation of these systems, water rights, and utility-specific considerations. I look forward to hearing about state experiences, parties and advocates' viewpoints, options, and experiences. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussions. And we'll hear next from my colleague, Commissioner Darcy Houck.
Thank you, Commissioner Shiroma, and thank you for your leadership on this important proceeding. This rulemaking addresses reform to the acquisitions framework for water systems. The topics we're going to be discussing in today's workshop include how to price and value water utilities that are being acquired, as well as other associated issues. The information and perspectives developed through this proceeding will help the Commission to better craft rules around water system acquisitions, thereby ensuring that acquisitions are beneficial for all parties involved, both existing ratepayers and ratepayers of the acquired system. It's important to keep in mind throughout today's workshop that this proceeding is tied to ensuring the broader state policy goal of ensuring the human right to water. Acquisitions represent a useful option in our toolkit to ensure that Californians served by small and/or at-risk systems can receive access to affordable, safe, clean, reliable water and benefit from economies of scale from the larger acquiring entity. I'm looking forward today to hearing from representatives of utilities that have acquired systems, from our colleagues at the Pennsylvania PUC regarding their experiences with acquisitions, and the presentations on case studies of past acquisitions, as well as presentations from parties in the proceedings, such as the California Water Association and California Public Advocate's Office. In closing, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today, especially the public and presenters who've worked hard to prepare for today's event. I'd like to thank our IT staff and Water Division staff for their work in planning today's workshop, and especially my Bagley Keene partner, Genevieve Shiroma, and her Chief of Staff, Cheryl Wynn, for all of their work and leadership on this very important proceeding. Commissioner Shiroma has really taken the lead on making sure that we move forward with these important issues and prioritize looking at issues concerning equity in regards to acquisitions. I want to thank Judge Kelly for all of his work managing the proceeding, and then just briefly note that I'll be participating in the morning portion of the workshop. I will not be able to be here for the afternoon, but will view the recording, and my water advisor, Victor Smith, will be here throughout the day. And so with that, I want to thank Water Division Director Terrence Sheen for all of his work, and turn back over, I think, either to him or a board member of Firestone maybe next.
Great, thank you so much. I really am excited to be here and appreciate the invite from Commissioner Shiroma and Hawk, and echo the opening statements that you both just gave. We heard in the last workshop how we have hundreds of communities in California that aren't able to provide access to safe drinking water on a reliable basis. And we have about double that are at risk. And the over 90% of those that are failing are under 500 connections. So we are really focused on consolidations and building economies of scale as a key strategy for achieving the human right to water here in California. We have at the State Water Board a SAFER program, which you heard about the last workshop. It has a number of important tools that we do, and it's a major focus of ours. We have tracking around needs. We have billions of funding and technical assistance to provide solutions and resources for communities, and we have powers around things like mandatory consolidation and administrators. Of course, the money that we have isn't enough to do everything that we need to here in California, and so understanding how best to utilize the state funding that we have to promote reliability and also ensure affordability is a key a key focus of ours as we move forward in implementation. And valuation is a key part of both making sure that we can continue to incentivize and promote consolidations and ensure affordability going forward for communities. And I just really appreciate the close work that staff have been doing both at the Commission and the State Water Board to really coordinate our efforts across agencies. That's not always easy, and it takes a lot of work. And I think there's just amazing leadership at both agencies to try to make sure we're all rolling up our sleeves and doing our best to partner to achieve the human right to water here in California. So really look forward to today and appreciate the invite. And I think back to you, Terrence.
Great. Thank you, Board Member Firestone, and of course, thank you, Commissioners Houck and Commissioner Shroma. We definitely appreciate your guidance with this overall rulemaking and sharing in our overall mission here at the PUC, which, as you can tell, aligns with the vision and goals at the State Water Board. So we also appreciate our close coordination and collaboration on this important effort. With that, I believe we're right on track, even with the early morning IT issues. So appreciate everyone's nimbleness and agility in making things work. And I'd like to first hand it off to Kevin Zaney from Willamette. Hopefully everything's working on your end, and we'll have your slide deck online shortly.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Terrence. So as I understand, and you're going to be moving through the slides as I go through the presentation. Okay, great. So I have about a little over 20 years experience in valuation. I've been working with utility property for, I would say, the past 12, 13 years, and I've done quite a few utility engagements. The majority of the work that I've done has been in the work of condemnation matters. So, municipalities will form and then condemn investor-owned utility properties, and oftentimes these end up in litigation. So, we've done some work certainly in California. We've done work in many other states around the country. I've specifically also been involved in testimony regarding the reproduction cost new, less depreciation related to transactions that have occurred in California. I've been a part of, I think, maybe 5 different matters at this point. So I'm familiar with your statutes and how you approach value. Today, my plan is just to discuss water utility value considerations and concepts. I know there's a specific question that's been asked about how the Commission should determine fair market value in utility acquisitions. And I know you have a framework in place. And what I can say in just general terms is that framework is consistent as far as using replacement cost new or reproduction cost new, less depreciation. In condemnation matters, we use that approach to value, but we also use other approaches as well. But it is a primary approach that we do use. So you just flip to the next. So this is just a little bit about my background. Like I mentioned, I've had 20 years experience. I've been at Willamette Management Associates for 16. I probably undercounted my number of years working on utilities because one of the first matters I worked on when I joined Willamette was a water utility. So I'm an accredited senior appraiser. I'm a certified business appraiser, certified valuation analyst, certified fraud examiner, and I'm certified in entity and intangible value through the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Flip to the next slide. So today I want to discuss just general valuation, accepted value theory, accepted standards of value, fair market value as a standard of value, how we typically consider fair market value, which is very similar to the way it's written in your code. Transaction price is a value conclusion, generally accepted methods. We'll discuss the cost approach, and then fair value from a financial reporting standpoint, generally accepted levels of value, the framework as it exists, and then we'll go through the cost approach. And then we'll also talk about original cost less depreciation, which I strongly consider it's very similar to rate base and how you typically think of an operating utility. The problem with it is that it's based in history and it's not generally accepted methodology. I have an example at the end of this presentation where I discuss a very recent condemnation matter I was involved in the state of Arizona, where the ultimate value decided upon between the parties was multiple times rate base. So it's common. It is how these utilities transact from what I've seen in my experience. So you can flip the slide. So there's three main principles that constitute valuation theory: alternatives, and that just simply means that you have alternatives to employ in investment capital. You can invest in bonds, public or private equities. There's alternatives to value. Principle of substitution is pretty important because the principle of substitution aligns risk and value. So the more risk that you expect to bear, the more value you hope to gain. People that invest in public equities have higher expectations of return than, say, people that invest in bonds over the long term. That's proven out with historical performance in those certain asset classes. Principle of future benefits. So when you buy something or when you invest in something, you either have expectations of a continued cash flow or you have expectations of ultimate capital appreciation. And those three principles support generally accepted valuation theory, and that's how we kind of view the world. You can flip. So I think the problem that you have, and the problem that we commonly consider as appraisers and analysts are, what is the term value? And it can be confusing, and it can mean different things. So when I'm involved in an assignment, I want to know what am I going to value? Is it a stock in a company? Is it a business enterprise value? Is it total assets of a business? Is it a car? Is it private equity? Is it water rights? Is it land? What are we valuing? What is the purpose and objective? So is it a fairness opinion that's performed? Is it some sort of fair market value exercise? And then the next question is, what is the standard of value? There are 5 standards of value that are very similar across appraisal disciplines. I'm speaking to it as a business appraiser, but these standards are fairly common. Fair market value could be used interchangeably with market value. But as we'll see in the next slide, they're the 5 I'll list and I'll talk about them. Value under what premise? Are we talking about going concern or liquidation? Well, I know in the state statute or the code for California, the discussion is highest and best use of property. So under a highest and best use of property, we commonly make the assumption of a going concern. But certainly the idea that value could be higher under a different operation is a consideration we need to take as appraisers. We need to consider that. And then what level? Are we talking again about business value, or are we talking about a shareholder level value? You can flip. So there's numerous standards of value. In general, there's the fair market value, there's the investment value, intrinsic value, fair value for state rights, and fair value for financial reporting. So fair market value is one of the most commonly discussed level or standards of value. It's used in tax transactions for estate and gift tax purposes for businesses. The IRS, it's a standard of value commonly used to file reports or file returns with the IRS. It's just a very commonly referred to standard. And you have a fair market value as defined in your code. And your code, your standard of value that's in your code is very similar to the International Business Glossary standard of value definition. Investment value is the value to a specific investor that has ideas of strategy or synergies in mind, specific value to an investor. Intrinsic value is more like public stock value, what a publicly traded company would be in public markets. Fair value for states' rights is commonly it primarily is a standard of value that's in state courts related to dissenting shareholders or shareholder oppression type cases, so not really relevant here. Fair value for financial reporting. Well, fair value for financial reporting, oftentimes businesses are acquired and then what's performed is an ASC 805 analysis, which is a purchase price allocation, where the value of the business is taken at purchase, internal rates of return are considered, and then actual taking a bucket of value of let's just say 10 million, and taking that 10 million and then putting it into precise buckets of customer value, of specific identified and tangible asset values to fixed asset values. So those are the accepted standards of value. Again, there's fair market value is oftentimes used synonymously with market value. You can switch to the next slide. Okay, so here's the definition of fair market value. And as I mentioned, this is very similar to California Civil Code 1263-320. There's a lot of similarities there in the definition of the value. In general, fair market value is the standard of value that's most widely used in federal taxation matters. And it's just the most widely kind of defined and used standard of value in valuation or in appraisal. You can flip to the next slide. So transaction price as a value indication. Frankly, in most industries, and I understand why there's concern within your industry, and frankly, being advocates for the public, here, because this is a monopoly type of a business. There's monopoly incentive here. But in just about every industry across the board, and I work with many different industries, not only public utilities, pricing as determined in arm's length negotiated process is widely considered the best indication of value. If two parties come together and they have different goals in mind, the party selling would generally want a higher price, and the party buying would typically want a lower price. And the reason being is that with a lower price, you can unlock a higher internal rate of return if you're a buyer. For a seller, you're obviously getting out, and you want to maximize your former investment. So there's parties that have competing interests. And so for the most part, pricing as determined in arm's length negotiation is typically considered to be the best evidence of business value. Now, absent that, there are methodologies that we strongly consider and we use. And these methodologies first would kind of be categorized under approach. And the approaches are commonly referred to, or generally accepted approaches are asset-based or cost approach, income approach, and market-based approach, or sales comparison approach for market. So the The cost approach, as I mentioned in the value of utilities, when I'm involved in any condemnation matter across the country, with the exception of maybe Massachusetts, where there could be a charter or already a defined way for value that's been ascribed. I can point to a case in mind in Hingham, Massachusetts that we worked on. And the charter dated back to 1920, and it had to do with original cost of assets times a fair return. But in most cases where nothing is prescribed to specification, we're going to use almost every time a cost approach. I don't know of a case where we haven't, and then perhaps an income-based approach. And we don't often use the market-based approach or sales comparison approach as often. And the reason being is due to comparability issues. You could have geographic issues, you could have customer differences, and that one's not as helpful. Now, we always do address that method. We oftentimes perform and prepare the method, but we don't oftentimes use it in our conclusion of value. You can go ahead and switch the slide. So again, income approach is one thing that we would use in a condemnation type matter. As I mentioned, in an asset intensive business such as a utility operation, frankly, the primary methodology is an asset or cost-based approach. So replacement cost new or reproduction cost new. You can flip the slide. Ready for the next slide. So, the two most widely known or used cost-based methodologies to determine asset value or determine a group of assets like a utility operation would typically be the reproduction and replacement cost new. Now, one of the easier examples to understand between the difference between reproduction and replacement cost new would be let's just say the difference between a Camaro, a 1967 Camaro, and a brand new, Corvette, a 1967 Corvette, or a 2023 Corvette. They both have functionality and they both are great vehicles. If you're trying to reproduce the 1967 and end up with the 1967 Corvette, one recently sold for $3.8 million. The replacement cost new, you could have a replacement that's equally as functional as the 1967 and better in many ways. It just isn't a long, an asset that has historical reverence, such as the 1967 Corvette. You could buy a new one, and that's about $100,000, and that would be a replacement. The same if you think about it for pipe in the ground. If you have a 20-inch main, but you really don't need a 20-inch main, you need a 16-inch main, that can be an example of functional obsolescence. So you can go ahead and switch the slide. When you address value and ways to consider value, you could think of the way that accountants view value. And accountants view value in three distinct buckets of inputs. So they have these three categories. It's a hierarchical category. On level one, you typically consider level one inputs to be stocks in companies that are traded on stock exchanges where pricing is easily accessible and viewable. Level two would be more of a private equity investment where there is a market in a level two investment, but it's perhaps a closed market and not as actively traded as, say, a level one input. Level three input is pretty much private equity like businesses where there isn't a noticeable market. Mortgage-backed securities would be another example of level three inputs. But the easiest to price and the highest level one inputs would be, say, public securities or baseball cards or bonds or cars, where there's transparent pricing in the market. Level 2, it's not as transparent, but there is a market. And level 3, you know, there's just not a market where pricing is as transparent. So you could flip to the next slide. So I had mentioned levels of value earlier. And as an appraiser, somebody that appraises and values businesses, this is how we generally view an asset that we're going to value. First, we need to understand what level of value we're trying to focus on or discussing. So here, I don't think anything's really all that relevant lower than business enterprise value. And business enterprise value would be as a business exists, but not sold in the market. Typically, there's a cost between a freely traded business and a business that isn't freely traded, each at 100%. And we would consider that to be at a financial investor acquisition level from a business enterprise level. Some of the differences between financial investor acquisition and business enterprise level could be the cost to go public, could be transaction costs, also consideration of value enhancements that could be blended into strategic or financial investor level. Typically, buyers of companies that are active consider 3 ways they can improve value. They could either enjoy lower costs of capital, lower costs of funds to fund the business, lower costs of debt, lower costs of equity, better efficiencies. Perhaps they can create efficiencies. Perhaps they're general efficiencies, just being a large business. They have economies of scale, which could be which could lead to less expense. Ultimately, the buyer has the incentive to unlock value. At the very highest order of value is a strategic investor that can unlock maximal value from a business investment, or maximum value from a business investment. Financial investors are typically, say, a PE fund or a venture capital fund that would buy into a business. But that's generally the way we view levels of value. And flip the slide. So the current CPUC framework, well, we know that the way the framework exists, when you have an appraisal within the framework and complying with the framework, the appraisal should include all the assets. That includes land and cost of replacing existing improvements, less depreciation. And obviously the complexity and detail required will vary per the size. And whenever we're involved in this type of matter, we of course take out any federally funded facilities that were funded by federal agencies, any sort of government funding received for specific facilities. And then included in here is also assets funded by contribution, which are included in the value, which can vary per jurisdiction, but in California it's something that's generally included. So you can flip the slide. So fair market value. So if fair market value exceeds reproduction cost. Like I said, I've been involved in many of these, in a few of these matters where I prepared and performed a replacement cost new less depreciation, which I think is really where I'd like to kind of focus the majority of the next slides and where we're going with this. I think we can flip to the next slide. So certainly we take into consideration the value of the property, land together with cost of replacing or reproducing, and the fact that we're under a highest and best use level of value for the specific property. And then we also address all depreciation, obsolescence that's been suffered. I specifically spend time on the economic or external obsolescence calculations within the RCNLD framework. So we can flip to the next slide. So when we're performing our replacement cost new less depreciation, we have several buckets of assets that we're considering, and many of these buckets are specifically addressed in purchase agreements between parties, but we have the financial assets to the extent there's working capital minus any sort of current payables that may be transferred. In some cases, these assets transfer, in some cases they don't. Tangible property assets, so property, plant, and equipment assets, the tangible property, fixed assets, capitalized equipment, plant property, real estate sites and undeveloped land, intangible properties. It could be a water system records and reports, maps and drawings, work orders, permits, licenses, water rights, trained and assembled workforce, SCADA systems, GIS data, intangible property. We don't often see it with utilities, but we could have situations where there's goodwill, certain rights to use assets, and then other non-operating assets. We can flip to the next slide. So I think that's sort of where things start. We develop our opinions of value unfettered from depreciation specifically or obsolescence specifically. The next step is to layer in physical depreciation and obsolescence. So a functional obsolescence, as we discussed earlier, could be the difference of replacing that iron ductile pipe with PVC pipe. And that could be the initial part of taking the value from reproduction to replacement. But afterwards, there's the consideration of wear and tear on the assets itself. And that is implemented through a depreciation adjustment. So the depreciation adjustment is taken. You can flip to the next slide. We consider any other functional obsolescence that's not been identified or any functional obsolescence that needs to be identified. And then that's also a detraction of value, brings the value down from replacement cost, less depreciation, and any sort of remaining functional obsolescence. Things could be broken, things could be obsolete, there could be external factors as well, but primarily external factors. If they're not factored into the functional category, I pick them up in the work that I do on the economic or external obsolescence calculation. You could flip to the next slide. So that, like I mentioned before, there could be super adequacies. You could have pipes that are just way too big and you frankly don't need them. There could be newer technology to make things obsolete. And that's typically, that's addressed in the fixed asset appraisals. You can flip the slide. So external obsolescence, and it may be caused by economic or locational factors. It may be temporary or permanent, but it's usually not curable immediately. So you could have factors causing external obsolescence. And one factor I think that's specifically relevant is ability to charge, the fact that we're talking about a regulated business and regulated utility that can't just charge whatever it wants. It has to have approval. It has to prove why it needs to charge what it's going to charge. And therefore, that does have an impact on value. It has an impact on the value of the assets. It and it is a way in which the value of the assets can be brought closer to where a value of the assets may be on a straight income approach. And I'll talk about that in a couple of slides. So we could go to the next slide, and I'll go through just a really high level example. So in this example, I start with $10 million as the value of the plant and equipment. So the next step would be, well, is there a difference? And I, again, use my car example because I think it's one of the easier examples to understand. You could have, if we want to talk about reproducing the same pipes in the ground or the same car, we can value it, and that would be the very highest level of value at reproduction cost new. Because at that point, we haven't layered in any of the wear and tear. We haven't considered if there's any functional obsolescence issues or any external or economic obsolescence issues. So from reproduction costs new, functional and curable obsolescence is considered, and then you end up at replacement costs new. The difference between replacement costs new and less depreciation is obviously depreciation and wear and tear. From there, you'd have another adjustment, which you could have another functional or incurable obsolescence detraction from value or decrement to value, and then external and economic obsolescence. And external obsolescence and economic obsolescence considers the fact that you're a regulated utility and that you can't earn a rate of return on your assets that would support what an investor would, just an average investor would expect based on these specific assets. These investors could expect, say, a 10% rate of return, but if the utility is not able to provide that rate of return, there is what we would consider to be an external or economic obsolescence. Okay, so now we can switch to the next slide. Original cost less depreciation. So original cost less depreciation. And so what I often see, and the reason I bring this up here is I often see this in condemnation matters. As I mentioned, I've been involved in condemnation matters for at least 12 years, probably like 13 or 14 years, if I really want to date myself here. Almost every time I see on one side of the equation an advocate for original cost new or rate base as being prescriptive to value. From the research we've done and from the valuation treatise that I cite in my work commonly, papers have been written by numerous people on this specific issue. The fact of the matter is net book value is not consistent with generally accepted valuation theory or practice or recommended methodology. It's not a generally accepted approach. And part of the issue is it's trapped in history. It's trapped in time. And it just has, as we all know, inflation occurs over time. It's possible that in some cases, and we've seen this, utilities could have property that dates back to 1970 or even before. There's a cost in today's dollars to try to reproduce that or replicate that property. And it is not consistent with original cost less depreciation. Real estate is a great example of that. I mean, you could have bought a property, in Malibu maybe 50 years ago. If you took the same property today, you would see an extreme amount of appreciation in the property value itself. So, well, it seems like an easy metric to focus on. I'll talk about this in an example coming up. It is not an example that's considered to be prescriptive to value or to have meaning to actual today's value. You can flip the slide. So I provided a few quotes that discuss, frankly, historical cost is not a characteristic of value. And as I mentioned, I mean, these are just a few of the sites that I have on this specific issue, because it commonly comes up in condemnation matters where it's argued that rate base or that historical cost should be the value of the specific utility property. You can flip the slide. So what we've seen is that, and what I can testify to, is public utility property, when it sells at prices much greater than net book cost. What we find is people rely too heavily on what they perceive to be traditional regulatory procedures and do not consider the realities of the marketplace and the numerous sales of public utility property. And although it is generally true that sales of guideline utility transactions may not be precisely comparable, they're difficult to use, as I mentioned before. It's just widely held and found that utility property typically doesn't transfer at net book cost. You could flip the slide. So real quick, just one example is I was recently involved in an Arizona condemnation matter involving EPCOR. And that issue was the EPCOR property in Bullhead City, Arizona. And so in this specific matter, I can tell you the actual rate base was much less than 50 million. The opposing side in this specific case valued the property at 55 million. Our firm valued it at 136 million. You could flip to the next slide. So there was a two-part trial. In the first part, the court allowed the city, Bullhead City, to take the system, and the price that they allowed him to take it for was at 80 million. So they took the system, the city took the system, and the city thought that 55 million made a lot of sense to them, and they thought the price was fair. They were quoted saying, look, we gave them a chance to save face, and we think that the value of the system was 55 million. But in this case, EPCOR is owned by people that, by Canadian investors and in Canada. I believe it's publicly traded in Canada. In January 2022, right before the trial, the city came back and agreed on $100 million of value for the system itself. And this is just one example, but my point is, in this matter itself, we certainly use a replacement cost new list depreciation, and it is typically what we do see and what we do prepare and help perform in these types of matters to establish value that goes through, court proceedings. I guess that was my last slide. My next slide is just me. So, Terrence, what is the process here now? Are there questions?
Thanks, Kevin. We'll move on through the rest of the morning presenters and withhold questions following. I know we have quite a bountiful list of presenters, so I want to get through that first. And speaking of, thank you, Kevin, for your presentation on water system valuation. Appreciate the visuals of your car analogies. It's easier for me to visualize it a 1967 Corvette versus pipes in the ground. But I think we may have a captive audience here where they actually know what old deteriorated pipes in the ground look like. But with that, I'd like to move on to our next presenter that will cover water rights valuation. And we have Todd from West Water Research, who will be giving us the next presentation. Todd, please take it away on the virtual stage.
All right. Thank you, Terrence. And, did the AV test earlier, so assume everyone can still hear me. Didn't put together a slide introducing myself, so I can just do that quickly. Todd Yaston, I'm a senior associate and valuation lead for West Water Research. Our headquarters is in Boise, Idaho, but we have regional offices all across the West, including some Southern California presence and a main California office in Sacramento. Myself, I'm in Denver, and I work mostly out of our Rocky Mountain regional office, but work across the West. And previously served for over a decade as an economist with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Left as the senior technical economist at the Denver Technical Service Center, and provided economic and financial evaluations across the 17 Western states. So this included benefit cost analyses for large water projects, a lot of dam safety work for updating a lot of the dated infrastructure, cost allocations, as well as infrastructure lifecycle costing. And then my education, most recent was did my master's work in agricultural and resource economics at the University of Arizona with a focus on Western water. So with that, can move to the next slide here. Quickly, the points I'm going to touch on, just kind of a California Water Rights 101, then move into a summary of the California water rights markets. I'll then talk about the different approaches we use for valuing water rights. And lastly, some utility-specific considerations for water rights. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we'll start with the California Water Rights 101. Go to the next slide. So water right, it's a legal entitlement to a particular supply of water. And this differs from water quality issues, which of course may affect the allocation of supply, but are generally quality is going to be regulated separately by both federal and state law, while the allocation of supply, the water right, is mostly going to be governed by state law exclusively. The California framework for water rights is unique throughout the West, and that's because it uses a dual system that recognizes both riparian and appropriative rights. Probably all familiar with the idea of prior appropriation. See that as the dominant regime throughout the West that gives priority to, it's the first in time, first in use. And so the first water user, regardless of land ownership, has the right to that water. Riparian is dominant on the East Coast. And that's the idea that if you have land adjacent to some water source, you have some reasonable right to use it. As I mentioned, California has kind of a mixed system. However, the appropriative water rights tend to dominate. And this dates back to the 1850s with the right after the gold rush is when these water rights started to be codified. And as you can imagine, a lot of conflicts developed between the riparian and appropriative water rights holders, and those continue to this day. Regardless of water right type, all water use must be both reasonable and beneficial. It sounds pretty simple, but actually gets a lot more complicated. Beneficial use is pretty straightforward. It's what we're all familiar with. So it's irrigation, municipal and industrial, hydropower, fish and wildlife. The idea of reasonable use, however, is more often described by what it is not. And so what it is not is wasteful or unreasonable. And according to the state Supreme Court, reasonableness is determined by the circumstances. So it varies as the situation changes. So that's a little tougher, and often that comes into play in certain court decisions and whether or not a water right is being put to reasonable and beneficial use. Next slide, please. So the most common water right types are the riparian, as I mentioned on the previous slide, and prescriptive water rights are, you can think of as a subset of riparian. So prescriptive water rights came about, it's informally known as like the squatter's rights. So if you've been putting somebody else's riparian water right to beneficial use for 5+ years, you can in a sense make in a sense, make a claim to that water. However, you won't achieve ownership, but you will receive the right to continue using it for that specific purpose. That specific purpose changes, you're probably going to lose that prescriptive water right. So you can think of prescriptive as a subset of the riparian. The dominant types of appropriative rights are pre-14 appropriative rights and post-1914 appropriative rights. And as I mentioned, these fall under that concept of first in time, first in right. And those pre-1914, as you might expect, it means they were appropriated before the enactment of the Water Commission Act of 1913. These tend to be the most senior water rights and fall outside of the state's jurisdiction. However, this has been put to the test, and there are some cases where the state has demonstrated the ability to make decisions regarding pre-1914 water rights. We talk about that later if it needs more fleshing out. And these can be lost through non-use. So you have to put these to beneficial and reasonable use. The post-1914 appropriative rights, against the first in time and first in right. However, it's after that 1913 Water Commission Act. And these do fall under SWRCB jurisdiction and must approve all changes to the purpose or place of use, as well as the point of diversion. So it all has to be filed with the state and approved. Next slide, please. The last type of water right that we'll identify as more common are adjudicated or decreed rights. So these are legally confirmed by a court or state agency, therefore they're adjudicated. And this adjudication determines the nature, extent, and priority in a particular area or watershed. And so you're probably all familiar with adjudicated groundwater basins. This comes into play often when we're doing our valuation work. The adjudication provides some greater clarity and certainty for the water users in the area. And these are considered senior water rights. So it has priority over your basic riparian and appropriative rights because they've been adjudicated. Less common water right types, I'll just mention, but we won't be talking about any further, are Pueblo rights. This is specific to Southern California. And basically they were granted in the 1780s during the Spanish and Mexican colonial era. And then the tribal and federal reserved rights. And these are a very senior right, but they're attached to the land. And basically it's to ensure that tribes and federal lands have access to water for use and development. Next slide, please. Move into the water market overview for California. The next slide, please. So California has the Western US's largest active water market. And we see over 1 million acre feet of year traded in volume in California, and $4.3 billion of trades have taken place since 2013. And we track that quite closely. It's a core aspect of our business. And so we're very integrated and well attuned to the California water rights trading. And it tends to be driven by annual precipitation. And as you can imagine, it's highly interconnected between the surface and highly interconnected surface water market. So we see movement of water from north to south. We see movement of water from out of state into state, and all of these trades we can apply some valuation to, and there's some track record. There's also local groundwater markets, as I mentioned earlier, adjudicated groundwater basins. We see a lot of trades within those as well. And the majority of the activity overall occurs south of the Delta. And you see a breakout. The spot market for single-use deliveries accounts for about 77% of total acre feet of trading. Multi-year, which can be firm or variable annual deliveries, about 22%. So these are multi-year leases, spot market. It's essentially 1-year lease or even a seasonal lease. Permanent, this is a water rights sale, so a permanent transaction, and that accounts for a relatively small share, only about 2% of the total share of trading in a given year. We see as permanent water rights sales. Next slide, please. Some of the key drivers. So there's a high demand for water for Sigma implementation, and as we see more basins being adjudicated and more basins developing their groundwater sustainability plans, we're seeing more demand for some of these groundwater rights and groundwater storage. Also, demand for firming agricultural needs, especially as we've seen a shift to some more permanent orchard type crops where you need to have that water year to year to maintain a relatively large investment, like almond orchard, pistachios. Also, a lot of demand for urban growth. And this is probably most relevant for the utility aspects. And on the supply side, we see decreasing project reliability. So this, of course, ties back to the precipitation-driven aspect, but also there's a lot of old infrastructure. With a lot of my work with reclamation, we're looking at updating infrastructure that was no longer able to handle the capacity it was built for due to subsidence, due to other types of deterioration. So essentially, this decreasing project reliability means that there's increasing demand while supply is essentially degrading. Next slide, please. The surface water spot market, as I mentioned, this makes up about 77% of trades overall, and most of those are for annual leases. Those permanent sales are less common, and the drought drives up demand and the prices and the price volatility. And we've all seen that in the last couple of decades, drought has been pretty persistent overall. When we are getting precipitation, it seems to come in huge events that maybe we can't capture as much of that water as we'd like. So the dominant condition seems to be drought, and that has been driving up prices much faster than overall inflation. Prices are systematically increasing in response to long-term demand hardening. As I mentioned, agricultural demand firming is a large part of that, and agricultural buyers make up the majority of those volumes traded on the surface water spot market. Next slide, please. Adjudicated groundwater markets. The annual leases are typically traded at a discount to the penalty rate. So this has to do with adjudicated groundwater basins where they're either responding to or planning for the Sigma implementation. And pricing in mature markets is generally stable, while prices in younger markets where there's less transparency, less of a track record, they tend to be more volatile. An example, that's the Antelope Valley Basin. And the graphics here are for San Gabriel Basin, and you can see the lease prices relatively steady, but increasing over time. And we see the lease volumes also from 17 to 22 relatively steady with a spike in 2021. And this is the volumes traded. Next slide. A few of the trends on the horizon. So this is what we've been noticing in recent years and what we think is going to continue into at least the near term. So new and local groundwater markets resulting from Sigma implementation. And we had discussed that. The Antelope Valley is a reasonable example. Innovative water transfer structures. So we're now seeing options trading, rights of first refusal, things of that nature. So kind of some interesting financial aspects coming into the water markets. Increased investment in groundwater recharge and banking, and a renewed focus on higher cost, reliable supply sources for municipalities. So we're seeing a lot of desal interest and even some implementation. Also water recycling, and even a developing market for produced water. So this is water that's been used from the oil and gas industry that's then treated, and it's called produced water. And now there's a kind of a burgeoning market for that. And we've represented some clients that are looking to market that type of water as well. Next slide, please. Some of the basics of water rights trading. There's a variety of mechanisms. Direct water transfers, essentially, it's generally two parties, though can be more involved. And this is your typical willing buyer and willing seller involving a transfership of ownership of that water right. Leasing, as I mentioned earlier and showed the statistics, leasing is the dominant type of water rights transfer we see in California, usually for a single season or year. And it allows the water rights holder to maintain ownership while temporarily transferring the supply in a single season or year. In lieu transfers are interesting that they allow a water rights holder to maintain ownership of their water right in the location where it is, but they might have more demand for water in a different location. And so they can trade the use of their water right with another party to use the other party's water right in that other location or for that other use. So it's essentially a party-to-party trade. Groundwater banking allows the water right holders to store excess surface water underground in wet years. They can then withdraw it during dry years. And all of this is subject to state and local regulations. And these are ensuring consistency with state water policies, ensuring that there's no harm to other users or the environment. Next slide, please. So I'll now discuss some of the approaches to valuing water rights. Next slide. So when we're valuing water rights, essentially we want to estimate the value of the water right or the entitlement as a property right. And this is going to be a measure of the benefits provided through ownership and exercise of that right. So exercise of that right, it's how it's being put to beneficial use. One way you can think of exercise of that right, if it's agricultural water right, you can look at the change in net farm income if the farmer didn't have that right versus having that right. So that's kind of one way to think about it. Essentially, if they didn't have that right, maybe they're doing dryland farming and producing some dryland crops like wheat or grasses, because they have that consistent water supply. Now they're perhaps have high value orchards, right? So the difference in that net farm income is one way to determine the value of the water to agriculture. But of course, when you think about another beneficial use, such as municipal and industrial, or you think about recreation, then that net income approach is going to be different, or perhaps not even applicable. So we'll discuss some of the other approaches as well. Valuation of water rights, it does not consider the overall economic benefits or social value from in-stream flow. And so an example of that would be the monetary value of endangered species protection, right? So there's an entire economics field that looks at existence values and non-use values. And in general, when we're talking about water rights valuations, especially markets and trading, we're not thinking about that. We're really looking at it as that property value. Lastly, it should reflect an estimate of fair market value. And so if you think about it as negotiated between a reasonably informed buyer and a reasonably informed seller. Next slide, please. Some key considerations are transferability. So where can this water right be used, and what uses can it be applied to? And this is from both administrative and physical aspect, right? So you might be able to physically move this water from one basin to another, but administratively, or from a regulation standpoint, you can't do that, right? So you have to take both of these into consideration. Also, reliability. Again, this has two aspects, a hydrologic and a regulatory aspect. So does it provide a reliable physical supply? And then is it subject to curtailment orders, right? Is this water right fall lower on the seniority list? Are you gonna see an early curtailment in a drought season? Another aspect is supply and demand. Is there demonstrated demand within that transferable region? Is there unallocated water available in that region? Do you need to go looking for somebody else's water right? If there's unallocated water, perhaps you could apply for a new water right, or make a claim on some water right, or some water that has not already been codified as a water right. And then how does the demand compare with the size and character of the water right? So if there's some water rights available, but you're a utility and looking for something consistent throughout the year, but all that's available is a seasonal water right from agricultural users, perhaps that's not of interest to you. Water quality is a really important consideration. So what's your end use? If it's M&I, so municipal and industrial, perhaps there's going to be some treatment required. And when you're thinking about the value of that water right to your utility, if there's going to be some substantial treatment required, you want to build that cost into your negotiation in a sense. What are those expected treatment costs? And then lastly, the highest and best use. So what's the most likely transaction for this water, the highest value transaction? So what's the highest value beneficial use it can be put to? Often M&I tends to have a higher willingness to pay than agriculture. So we see a lot of transfers going from ag to utilities. And what are the terms of the proposed or most likely transaction? It's going to be a single season, is it going to be multi-year, or is it going to be a permanent water rights transaction? From a utility standpoint, generally you want to see something consistent and with high reliability. So they tend to look for permanent sales of water. Next slide, please. The four major or dominant approaches that we use are sales comparisons, income capitalization, cost replacement, and a land price differential. And each of these are useful in a particular context, right? So the sales comparison approach, it tends to be the gold standard. If you're in a region where there's a long track record of water rights trading, water rights sales, or water rights leases, then you want to look at those past sales as a good indication of how you're going to value an upcoming sale. Income capitalization, this is the water's contribution to net revenue, and this is akin to the net farm income example I gave when I just started this section, right? So having this water right allows the farmer to grow this higher value crop, and so that net farm income difference is a good indication of the value of that water right. Often that's kind of it can be considered a lower bound. It's worth at least this much to the farmer. Perhaps to some other use, it's worth more, but the income approach allows us to kind of develop that minimum bound for certain uses. The cost replacement approach, essentially it's going to be a least cost alternative to develop a new water supply to replace that's being acquired. So if you're looking to acquire a water right for a certain use, if there's some other alternative, so maybe an example would be a user needs additional water to water a crop. However, there might be an alternative through recycled water or produced water. So instead of acquiring that water right, if the least cost alternative is to acquire some recycled water that meets their water quality standard, then they're not going to pay more than that for this new water right. Sorry, I was a long-winded way to get to that. But lastly, the land price differential. So this is the net value contributed to a property as a result of access to the associated resource. Essentially, when we look at land price differential, we're going to look at this generally is for agriculture, and we're going to look at irrigated land sales in an area and non-irrigated land sales, and try to ceteris paribus, right? Everything else equal except for that irrigation aspect. And the difference in land price is a reasonable indication of the value of that irrigation water. Next slide, please. So this table essentially summarizes what I had explained in a bit more detail on the last slide. This is the preferred approaches by transaction type. It doesn't mean that one of these approaches can't be used for a different type of transaction, but the idea is for the appraiser to have to manipulate the data as less as possible, and so that they can have the most direct approach to providing a good estimate. And so the annual leases, generally we're going to look at income capitalization approach I described and comparable sales. For a partial season lease, it's going to be the same. However, if you're making a water rights purchase, the comparable sales is a really good indication, and that land price differential I had mentioned, because that land price differential, we're looking at land sales and we're looking at the difference that irrigation water makes. For infrastructure improvements, comparable sales and cost replacements tend to be the most useful approaches. Next slide, please. The last section here is some utility-specific considerations. Next slide. So when thinking about utilities, I worked with my team a bit, and we think that we like to summarize it in 3 general cases to consider. So we have a utility with fully committed water rights, and so this is a utility with water rights that the water rights are fully committed to the customer base, and so it's being fully utilized in any given year. And one of the questions that we'd ask in this case is, do the water rights have standalone value outside of that utility? And so we'll touch on that. The second case is a utility planning for growth. So looking at water rights acquisition, and some pertinent questions there. How are the water rights traded and at what value? And how might we look at cost recovery? The third case is a utility with surplus paper, I put that in quotes, water rights, paper water rights. Generally, that's something, it's water that you don't physically have, or maybe you've never physically used, but essentially you have a claim to it based that's on paper. So a pertinent question here is, do under or unutilized water rights have a marketable value? Next slide, please. So that first case, the utility with fully committed water rights, and the question, the context that we're looking at it here is, does the utility's water right have value outside of the utility? Does it have standalone value? Essentially, if the water rights are fully committed to that customer base, then the value is implicitly accounted for by a traditional valuation of the utility. So a water right is, as in that Water Rights 101, we described the water right is a entitlement to a specific amount of water for a specific use. The highest and best use is the current use. So it should not be considered separately. And this is supported by a 2019 decision where water rights are not accorded a separate asset value in the acquisition of a utility that's serving a customer base. This was California American Water Company in their acquisition of Rio Plaza Water Company. California American argued that the water rights should be separately valued in the transaction, this acquisition transaction. However, the decision found that the water rights were not divisible from the whole of the Rio Plaza acquisition, because doing so would moot the purpose of the Rio Plaza acquisition, and for practical purposes, render impossible the very concept of water utility service. So if you were to be able to separate that water right and sell that independently of, say, the infrastructure of the utility, then you have a customer base that potentially is no longer being served. And so it's moving that purpose. So the fully committed water right, and we had a recent case where it's the highest and best use is for that customer base, and the water right value should not be considered separately from the value of the utility. Should be treated as a whole. Next slide, please. In the second case, utility acquiring water for future growth. So we could think of an example utility. It holds a fully utilized water right in an adjudicated basin, and it needs water to accommodate some planned growth. The most likely seller, and this is based on a lot of transactions that we've helped with or witnessed, and the most likely seller is an agricultural water rights holder. And when you're planning for growth, as I alluded to earlier, from a utility standpoint, you need some level of certainty. So a permanent water rights acquisition is going to be what this example utility is looking for. And valuation considerations for these acquired water rights are going to be the market conditions. So the available volume in this market, what are recent comparable sales in this market, and then what type of competition are you looking at? And this is going to inform your valuation approach. Of course, if there are comparable sales, then that's going to be kind of gold standard approach we want to look at. But also because we're dealing with an agricultural water rights holder, perhaps that land price differential. And this is going to give an indication of what the utility should expect to pay. When we look at the customer base's ability to pay, this is also going to inform the acquisition, right? So if the market is indicating that the price is 50% higher than the customer base's ability to pay, then perhaps this isn't a deal that can happen. So there are some constraints from the customer side. And then of course there's the utility commission approval aspect as well. So you have to make a rate case. The cost of the acquired water right should become part of that utility's rate base, right? So assuming that this acquisition goes through. So for a regulated utility, charging to cover the cost of that rights acquisition is justifiable, so it can be recouped from the ratepayers. Next slide, please. So a utility with underutilized water right. This is kind of an interesting case, and we've actually done some recent work with some utilities, with utilities that were looking to acquire smaller utilities that had some or underutilized water rights. And so one of the questions that they were asking us and we were investigating is, do the surplus paper water rights increase the value of that utility? Secondly, does that surplus paper water right have standalone market value? So we could think about an example utility with an appropriative surface water right, and it's never been fully utilized. Say it's on a stream or tributary, and it depends on run of the river, and so it has no storage. And in any given year, only a small portion of this water right is consumptively used. So the utility might assume that this unexercised water right creates a lot of additional value. So this is this additional value that they assume is beyond the valuation of the utility from that traditional valuation standpoint, and beyond terms of its historic utilization. So Westwater is skeptical of this. These recent clients that we were providing guidance to, this is the way that we approached it. So as part of negotiations, we saw these smaller entities claim a higher value of surplus water rights. However, the regulatory body that's going to oversee the sale and transfer, it's going to look at historic consumptive use. So transferring anything beyond this historic consumptive use could potentially injure downstream users. And even if this surplus water right is pre-1914, which technically, as we talked about before, is not regulated by the state, if trading that or transferring it would impact water rights that are regulated by the state, there is precedence for the state to step in and prevent this type of transfer. So that's where it gets a little cloudy, right? And so with no clear regulatory path for that transfer of the surplus, it really can't be monetized. So our conclusion in this case was that it's high risk, low certainty, and we made an assignment of no value to this surplus. Just a little bit of additional context, if that example utility had storage infrastructure and historically put that storage infrastructure to use, then it can make a stronger case for transferability and monetization beyond its actual annual consumptive use. And so if you have demonstrated historic storage, then there's less stringent obligations to return water to the stream for downstream uses. Next slide, please. And so this is my closing slide. Looks like I think I got it right to the minute. So I think questions are coming after, and have plenty of interesting water rights things to talk about if those arise in the moderated Q&A session. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate being able to present.
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate you covering water rights and almost being able to cover the complexities and also interesting dynamics in 30 minutes. We all know the history and the multitudes of facets surrounding water rights, so appreciate your condensed approach to that. But we'll keep the overall workshop moving here, and I'd like to hand it off next to our colleagues at Pennsylvania, with Crystal and Rachel presenting perspectives from the Pennsylvania PUC. Crystal and Rachel, please take the virtual stage.
Morning, commissioners and board members. My name is Crystal Sakavage. I am legal counsel to Commissioner Yanora at the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission. I also have Rachel Schlensker here with me today. She is our policy advisor and rate analyst for Commissioner Yanora. Commissioner Yanora is the co-vice chair of the NARUC Committee on Water, and I am the chair of the NARUC Staff Subcommittee on Water. As a disclaimer, the opinions that we express today are those of our own and not those of the entire commission. And today we will talk about our fair market value acquisition process in Pennsylvania. Next slide, please. By way of background, I want to provide a quick overview of the Commission's jurisdiction over water and wastewater service. Our regulation does include investor-owned utilities as well as municipalities that are providing water outside of their municipal boundaries. We do not regulate municipalities that are only furnishing service inside their municipal boundaries, and we also do not regulate municipal authorities. Next slide, please. Some of the difficulties that we have seen facing municipalities in Pennsylvania include increasing environmental compliance requirements. The Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection recently passed a rulemaking to establish maximum contaminant levels for PFOS and PFAS for all systems within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And we expect that the United States EPA will pass a similar rule in the very near future. We've also seen municipalities have overall difficulty with investing in or maintaining their infrastructure, either due to financial distress or just constrained financial resources. Next slide, please. And prior to the enactment of fair market value legislation in Pennsylvania, our Public Utility Code, or the statute under which the commission operates, basically allowed a acquiring utility to rate base original cost minus depreciation of the acquired system. So for purposes of this presentation, we will consider and call original cost minus depreciation the book value. The commission does also have regulations on its books that allow for an acquisition adjustment for a purchasing utility to include the difference between book value and the purchase price in rate base under very limited circumstances. An acquired municipality would need to have 3,300 or fewer customers, or basically be non-viable in the absence of an acquisition. Next slide, please. And as we heard from Kevin, using original costs minus depreciation really doesn't necessarily incentivize acquisitions. Based on the commission statute and regulations prior to fair market value legislation, there was no time limit for the commission to approve acquisition applications. And there were really burdens on municipalities that weren't necessarily small or troubled, especially for those municipalities that had very little book value. We also, of course, saw that the utilities that were acquiring these systems were bearing the risk of actually recovering their overall investment in these systems. Next slide, please. So in 2016, Pennsylvania enacted its fair market value legislation. It basically provides for the valuation of a municipal system that is acquired by a utility. And for rate-making purposes, the valuation of that system will be the lesser of the fair market value as determined by an average of the buyer and seller's appraisals, as we will talk about a little bit later on in this presentation, or the negotiated purchase price. Very importantly, this legislation also established a 6-month timeline under which the commission is required to review these fair market value acquisition applications. Additionally, the legislation allows the entity's post-acquisition improvement costs to be deferred as opposed to requiring recovery through a DISC or distribution system improvement charge. And it is important, and I do want to note that this fair market value legislation in Pennsylvania did not replace the statute or the regulations that we have on the books. A utility is free to choose whether or not they want to engage in and use the fair market value acquisition process, or to use original cost minus depreciation, or of course the acquisition adjustments that are available when purchasing small or troubled systems. Next slide, please. In addition to incentivizing utilities to purchase municipal systems by allowing cost recovery, it's really important to note that this legislation benefits municipalities and their constituents by compensating them for the fair market value of their assets. In addition, our Pennsylvania appellate courts have found that there are general public interest benefits. And I know Board Member Firestone had mentioned these very important goals of regionalization and consolidation of what is otherwise a very fragmented industry in Pennsylvania and in many states across the country as well. The court also acknowledged other operational efficiencies that are established through economies of scale as a result of these acquisitions as well. Next slide, please. On this slide, we're providing links to our supplemental implementation orders regarding the legislation, as well as other documents that we use when our application filings come in. Specifically, the application checklist includes all of the requirements and document filings that must be satisfied prior to that 6-month shot clock review that I mentioned being filed. And now I will turn it over to Rachel to talk about the evaluation process.
We could go to the next slide, please. So if the two parties agree to the evaluation process, both the acquiring public utility or the buyer and the seller of a municipal system both select a utility valuation expert or an appraiser from a list of experts maintained by the commission and kept on our website. The selected appraisers perform their own independent appraisers of the system and to establish the fair market value, and they must include a cost, a market, and an income approach in their appraisal. Both the public utility and the seller also together select one licensed engineer to conduct an assessment of the assets of the system, and that assessment is then incorporated into the valuations of the experts. Next slide, please. This is another list of links that we have available on our website. The first being the Registry of Valuation Experts. We currently have 8 entities listed that have experts available. The second, in 2016, when we were first beginning, we did not have many appraisers jumping to be on the list. So we sent a secretarial letter to solicit experts from organizations who already participated in other proceedings. The third is our UVE or appraiser application that must be filled out and submitted for any appraiser to be included in our list. The fourth are guidelines for the UVEs, or what is expected of an expert. This is that they have to follow all laws and regulations, that there are no conflicts of interest, and also includes our jurisdictional exceptions, which I will cover a bit later. Things that are specific to Pennsylvania. And then lastly, we have our expert direct testimony template. Some of the appraisers, especially early on, were not familiar with our process, had not written testimony before. So this is questions and answers set out as a template for them to use. Included are just what is the cost method, why did you choose the method you use, and statements that they have committed their appraisal in a fair and unbiased manner. Next slide, please. So all valuations must comply with the Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, or the USPAP. These were standards adopted by Congress in 1989. They're updated every 2 years and are used for all types of appraisal services, real estate, personal property, many different types of appraisals. The USPAP do not prescribe any specific methods that need to be used, but set a minimum standard for quality control. Also included in the USPAP are, as I mentioned previously, what is called jurisdictional exceptions. That any appraisal must conform to applicable Pennsylvania law, even if it conflicts with the USPAP standards. So through cases and then set out in the final implementation order that Crystal mentioned, there are some Pennsylvania specific requirements that we have of what should be included in the appraisal. For example, in our market approach, we have specified that only the current customer count of a selling utility can be used and not a future or estimate of a customer count. Next slide, please. These are the 3 approaches required in the appraisal. I think Kevin did a great job with his Corvette example of covering what the cost approach is. And the other 2, the market approach and the income approach, are different theories. I think in the utility world, most of our estimates and rate making is done based on assets, because that is the primary revenue driver for utilities. But these other 2 approaches help us to step outside of the regulatory environment and look at what a system might be worth. The market approach is the theory that there are attributes or significant features of a property that would drive its value. This can include the market multiples, which would review data for similar companies. And we have used the selected transactions method, especially after we've had a few 1329s go through, and we've had a long history of acquisitions in Pennsylvania also, that appraisals can choose acquisitions that they see as similar. And the third approach is the income approach, and that looks at the value of the system, the present value, as a discount of the future income stream. And there are a few methods that can be chosen under the income approach. Next slide, please. even when the appraisal fully complies with all laws and regulations and the USPAP standards, there is still an element of judgment that comes into which of the methods within the cost and market and income approach are used, the choice of things like growth rates and population sizes, and what weight to give the methods in the final appraisal value. So as Crystal mentioned, our rate base value is set at the lower of either the purchase price or the average of the appraisals. And in most of our cases, the rate base value is set to the purchase price since that is lower. But I did want to talk about the one exception we've seen so far to this, where Aqua Pennsylvania was purchasing the wastewater system for East Whiteland Township. The purchase price was about $54.9 million, and the appraisals that they submitted were $56.7 million. So as was what we had seen of normal, the rate base value was requested to be set equal to the purchase price. The consumer advocate proposed various adjustments to the appraisals. One of the main adjustments that the commission did accept was a change to the service life for force mains and manhole covers. And because of the acceptance of that and a few other adjustments, one of the appraisals came down. So the average came down to $54.4 million, which then ended up being lower than that $54.9 purchase price. So that was our one case where the rate base value was set equal to the average appraisals rather than the purchase price. But as I mentioned, all of the other cases so far, the rate base value is the purchase price. And for the rest of the presentation, I'll hand it back over to Crystal.
Thank you, Rachel. Next slide, please. In addition to our appellate courts in Pennsylvania establishing certain public interest benefits of these fair market value acquisitions, the court also required that an acquiring utility provide notice to all customers that includes an estimate of what the rate impact of the acquisition will be. And these notices are required to be sent prior to the start of the 6-month review timeline that I had mentioned previously. Next slide, please. This slide shows an example of the PA American notice that was sent out to customers in the Exeter Township acquisition. As you can see, there is an estimated rate impact for each customer class so that customers could easily see what the increase may be. Next slide, please. Since 2016, over 20 fair market value applications have been filed with the Commission. 19 of these applications, if you separate out water and wastewater, have been approved by the Commission, and 2 are still pending, either before the Commission or our appellate courts in Pennsylvania. And over the next several slides, you will see that we included the seller, purchaser, sale amount, and docket number for all of these applications that have been filed with us to date. Next slide. And the next. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. And with that, we thank you for including us in your presentations today, and we'll wait any questions. Thank you.
Thank you both, Crystal and Rachel, for covering the perspectives from Pennsylvania. I appreciate you kind of walking through the day-to-day life at Pennsylvania, and that helps facilitate what we work through on a daily basis at the California Commission. With that, that does wrap up our morning presentations, and we'd like to give everyone at least a little breather before we go into our different Q&A sessions. So we can at least take a break for 10 minutes, and we can reconvene at about 11. And I'll drop that in the chat here so that everyone knows to come back, and we welcome you all back at 11 here. Thank you all. All right, my clock shows 11, so I'd like to welcome everyone back to the workshop. Hopefully everyone's still with us here. And I'd like to begin our now more open Q&A session and also give an opportunity for our Commissioner Sharoma, if she would like to ask any questions of our presenters first, and also Board Member Firestone as well, if she's still present. Commissioner Sharoma, do you have any questions for our presenters?
Yes, and with an eye to the fact that we've got some moderators and some questions that they will be asking, here are mine, and I guess I'll go in the reverse order of the presenters. So for our presenters from the Pennsylvania PUC, and thank you very much to all. Excellent, really excellent presentations, everyone. So for the folks in Pennsylvania, in terms of the legislation that was signed, if I understood this correctly, that occurred in Pennsylvania. Well, first of all, will you clarify for me, what was that legislation, or was that PUC decision making that set out that set out the your section 1329? Was that legislation or?
That was legislation that was passed in 2016. The commission then did follow up with implementation orders to carry out the details and fill in the blanks, we'll call it, of the legislation. And then we did have certain cases that were appealed after the commission had made certain determinations to our appellate courts. So we did have case law to establish things like the public interest benefit as well as the notice requirements. But it was legislation that started the process and gave us what the overall fair market value would be in Pennsylvania.
Okay, and the was that legislation a multi-year effort, or was your legislature in the frame of mind that this was something that needed to be done, and so then it was it a long process, or was it something more straightforward?
And we had long recognized the commission has policy statements going back many, many years, acknowledging the need for consolidation in Pennsylvania. So yes, this is something that we considered at the commission level, as well as efforts at the legislative level to get this type of legislation through. We are happy that, we finally got to the end goal in 2016. But again, it was a long, long process that the commission had recognized for a long time that we did need an incentive for consolidation in Pennsylvania.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, then for Todd, in California, are there many water rights that aren't being utilized? Do you know?
I'm not familiar with any offhand. Well, I should say there are plenty of water rights, in adjudicated basins where they're not being utilized to their full extent. And because it's an adjudicated basin, they don't necessarily have to demonstrate beneficial use to maintain that right. But are there water rights out there that aren't claimed, or there can be a claim made on it? I'm not familiar with anything in that circumstance. So I would say if there are some, then it would be minimal, but just because of that demand for water rights in California.
Yeah, I imagine just given the cities, counties, municipals, utilities, agriculture, that it's all pretty much mapped and understood and utilized.
Certainly.
I imagine my colleague, Board Member Firestone, knows knows about that much more keenly than I do. Anyway, very, very insightful, Todd. Thank you. And then, for Kevin, let's see. Again, very insightful presentation in terms of all the various attributes of the appraisal, the valuation, the considerations, and so forth. Now, I guess my my question is that is your point about the Arizona example that on the one hand, now were you the IOU appraiser that arrived at the valuation of $136 million? Yes, okay.
That was my firm, yes, and I was involved.
Mhm.
I didn't testify in that case, but I was involved in the case.
Okay, all right. And then what happened was the municipality felt that the court didn't give them enough value at $80 million.
So, the municipality had their own appraiser that came in and valued the system. And a big portion of what the other side was suggesting was a rate-based methodology. There's original cost rate base or some sort of rate-based methodology in Arizona. And it isn't necessarily original cost less depreciation. It's a fusion of two approaches to get to what they call fair value rate base. So that was an approach used on the other side, but they also did do, I want to say they did an income approach as well. We did our own income approach, and we also did cost approach, and we had a market approach. But we just have found that the market approach is a little bit more difficult to support because of such differences in systems. And oftentimes when a system's sold, you just might not be able to find enough detail about the system to make an accurate comparison and adjustment to your own system. So.
Okay. And in that Arizona example, was there a separate valuator as outlined in Pennsylvania? Or did each appraiser go through, each side's appraiser go through and look at?
Yeah, so we
well, it's a better way to say it's the inventory of the
pipes and yeah, so there were separate appraisers. So there were separate engineering firms that were engaged. They were pretty consistent as far as their findings. There was maybe disagreements about certain inputs, but for the most part, they were pretty consistent. It was just that in this case, the other party just didn't use the replacement cost method to value it. It used what it called a fair value rate base approach, which is it deviates from what today's value would be in terms of replacement cost or reproduction cost.
Okay. And did the court, just one last question for you, in the court saying $80 million, and then is the municipality was appealing that, in the end it settled for $100 million. Did the court set any precedent on which method was the favored method, or did they simply say they overall that they thought 80 million was a better?
No, so the 80 million was just a bond that was set to take the system. So it was a bond prior to the second part of the trial, which would have been specific to the valuation issues at hand.
Didn't happen because of the settlement.
the court never made a decision as far as the value of the system, but you know, it seemingly didn't agree with the first evidence we provided or the evidence that the other side provided, and it picked a point somewhat in the middle, and then the parties got together and ultimately came to a mutual decision or
Okay,
settlement.
yeah, very insightful. All right.
Well, thank you.
And not necessarily unusual in terms of the journey that occurred there. All right, thank you. Terrence, I'm going to give you the microphone back and to see if Board Member Firestone has any questions.
Thanks, Commissioner Sharma. Would definitely like to give Board Member Firestone another opportunity as well to ask any questions of our panelists before we go to the moderated Q&A session.
I don't have anything at this time. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Board Member Firestone. With that, we can move on to the respective list of questions that we have on our slide deck, and I'll now tap from our Water Division team, Madi, who I will assist in moderating. Madi, please take it away.
Sounds good. Thank you, Terrence. Good morning, everyone. And I hope everyone took advantage of the break earlier to refresh and re-energize. I will be asking those main three questions as part of the morning session Q&A. And I will read the question and hand it over to the respective party to provide their input. With that, let's begin. The first question reads, how should the Commission determine the fair market value of a water utility system and utility acquisitions? This question is for Willamette. Kevin, if you can provide your input and take a stab on this one, that would be much appreciated. The floor is yours whenever you're ready.
Sure. As I had mentioned to start off my presentation, I don't necessarily have an answer to that question. I know you have a framework set in place, and what I can tell you is that the framework that you have set in place would cover some regular procedures and methodology that I would expect to see in a water utility evaluation. So I also listened to the the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission and their perspectives on how they view fair market value and in transaction related matters. And I didn't disagree with what they said either. So I would just say that in every case I'm involved in involving a utility, the predominant method is the replacement cost new less depreciation. At least if I have an income approach and a market approach and an asset or cost approach, we've typically generally provided more weight to the cost approach indication. So so I don't really have a specific answer, but I do agree that, you know, if you're going to require an appraisal be performed, the appraisal should be USPAP compliant, but for any jurisdictional exceptions which were discussed by the Pennsylvania PUC.
Thanks, Kevin, for touching on that. I appreciate you sharing, especially on RC&LD, our current framework, and I know we'll have our parties participating in this proceeding expand on this as well as we look to expand on the framework and necessarily improve on that. So appreciate you touching on that question. I'll hand it back to Madi for that next question.
Sounds good. Yeah, thank you, Kevin. The second question is, what is the feasibility of requiring a third-party appraisal for each proposed acquisition? Would requiring a third-party appraisal improve or add value to the Commission's deliberation leading to the determination of the fair market value of a water system? This question is for Pennsylvania PUC. Rachel or Crystal, I'll let you decide which one would like to take a stab first.
I can take a stab at this one. I would just want to take a step back for a second and say that usually from what I've heard of people talking about third-party appraisals, The idea is to provide something that is more unbiased, that would not represent the interest of the buyer or the seller. But included in the USPAP requirements is a requirement that the appraisal be unbiased, that it be independent, that it not take into account or look for a prejudged or predetermined outcome. And so far, we have not had that issue, or we haven't noticed any sort of bias coming from either of our appraisals. But what I would say is having two appraisals has shown to be useful, to be able to compare this appraiser used this judgment for whatever the data point is, and this used the other one. So that when we are saying, in this case for this utility, we find this data point to be uncertain, there's another point that we can look to compare to. So we have not necessarily seen a need for a third party or somebody not chosen by the buyer or the seller, but we have found two appraisals to be very useful in determining the end result.
All right, thank you so much. Now moving on to the third question, last but not least, how should the commission consider water rights and their value in water utility system acquisitions? This question is for Westwater Research. Todd, if you can take a stab on this one.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. So I think this was covered at least somewhat briefly in the last few slides of my presentation, but I'll synthesize that and then add a little extra context. So when water rights are fully committed to a customer base for an acquired utility, the value of the water rights are captured in that traditional valuation utility, because the determination would be that the highest and best use of that water right is to serve that customer base that the acquired water right is currently serving. So valuing the water rights as an additional or independent asset would be double counting in a sense. Another case that I talked about is when an acquired utility might have some underutilized or unutilized surplus or paper water right. And I mentioned there's a lot of cases where if this is in a non-adjudicated basin and they haven't put this to historic storage, then in the past we've assigned very minimal or no value to these additional water rights. However, I gave that stipulation that this would be outside of an adjudicated basin. There are cases such as state water project contracts and certain adjudicated groundwater rights where they may hold excess value beyond the utility's current needs and even potentially beyond planned build out. Some specific examples that we've seen are Mojave Water District, Antelope Valley East Kern Water Agency, and Montecito Water District. So this is where, if there were to be an acquisition, that or underutilized as part of the water right could have some additional value because of that adjudication that's taken place earlier. One other aspect where water rights can be an important consideration. So this is something we've seen a lot in Colorado, and I haven't seen it in California yet, but I think there would be a similar process, and it's cash in lieu fees. And these are fees that can be charged to land developers or home builders for the water resource cost of that development connecting to the utility. And so this is separate from the infrastructure investment fee, which would be that fee for connecting to the already built out treatment and distribution network. So this is for the water resource itself. And so if the utility already holds sufficient water rights to serve this new development, then the cash in lieu fee is commonly, will determine that by evaluation of the existing water right portfolio. And then the new development would pay a pro rata share of buying into that water rights portfolio. If the utility doesn't have sufficient water rights on hand to incorporate this new development, that could be more complicated. And so new development might be required to bring sufficient cash in lieu to the table that covers the acquisition of new water rights. Alternatively, the utility might acquire those new water rights and then blend the cost of those new rights, which are generally going to be higher cost, with the existing and generally lower cost water rights they already have, and perhaps spread that amongst all the ratepayers. So there's kind of two different ways to think about bringing in a new development to a utility. And I've also worked with cases like this in Arizona. So in Arizona and Colorado, we've seen a number of these, this cash in lieu process. And I imagine, I just haven't been involved in the project in California, but I imagine there's something similar. So that's kind of a final consideration for how a commission might consider water rights and their value to the utility.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Todd, for your valuable input. With that, this concludes our specific questions, and we can move on to the Q&A session and comment session from parties. Next slide, please. I can cover some ground rules. Please use the hand feature, the raise hand feature on WebEx to request to speak. You will be unmuted and given your turn. Parties will be given 1 minute to speak, and the time begins when the speech begins.
All right, I'll assist Marty here. I think we're both trying to monitor the attendee list, but I see Lori's hand raised. That would be Lori Dahlquist.
Hi, this is Lori Dahlquist, representative for California Water Association. And this was listed on the agenda as questions and comments. So I actually had a question for one of the speakers, if that's allowed.
Yes, please feel free to go ahead, Lori.
Okay, so this is a question for Kevin Zanni based on his presentation earlier. And I was wondering, Kevin, if you could talk just a little bit more about how you're incorporating or taking into account the idea of obsolescence or the age of facilities in your valuation, because I think that's related to some of the other questions that are going to be addressed later on this afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, so it isn't necessarily that we take the age of the facility into consideration with respect to the economic obsolescence, but the age of the facility would be more part and parcel to the physical depreciation that is taken out of the asset base. I think that was so when I'm involved and when I'm reviewing economic obsolescence specifically, I consider the actual earnings stream of the system itself. And so any assets that are based on a cost-based methodology are subject to external obsolescence adjustments. You know, sometimes we'll have asset values where we have water rights, and someone like Todd would be involved in analyzing the water rights. And so if he bases his analysis on a sales or a market approach methodology, I typically don't take an adjustment for economic obsolescence on those assets. But where we do specifically take adjustments are cost-based approaches. It's one of the three areas of depreciation we account for physical, functional, and external obsolescence.
Right. Thank you, Lori, for your question. Oh, sorry for interrupting. You were saying something, Kevin?
No, I'm hoping that answered the question, and if it didn't, let me know.
Lori, does that answer your question? Because I see your hand is still up.
Not quite. What I wanted to get at, and I think that's what you're discussing, is there's a question as to whether the idea of deferred maintenance or the maintenance needed on facilities, or whether facilities will need to be replaced shortly after purchase is considered. And so that's what I wanted to get at, if that concept was taken into account or reflected in your valuation, which it sounds like it is, but I just wanted confirmation of that.
Yeah, it is, Lori. So it's reflected in the physical depreciation of the assets, or perhaps in the functional obsolescence adjustment to the assets. That's typically where it would be incorporated, not so much on external or obsolescence, unless there was some sort of external, external situation that would cause a decrease in the assets. For example, if a toxic waste dump came and was situated close to the water supply, and it's a new type of, I'm sure it would never pass regulation, but if there was some sort of reasoning why there'd be an external source of value decrement, then that would be considered. But as far as what you're discussing specifically with respect to the assets themselves and the condition of the assets, those are typically addressed in the physical depreciation, and if they're not, they would be addressed in the functional depreciation or obsolescence.
Right. Thank you, Kevin and Lori. I will go ahead and move to the next participant, Nicholas Subius. The floor is yours to ask your question.
Water. This is kind of a comment. There may be a question buried in it too. It relates to Todd's discussion about water rights for utilities that are currently in operation and using those rights. You cited to, I believe, the Rio Plaza decision, and I worked on that decision. And in Rio Plaza, the judge said that he was having trouble. Basically, he said Cal-Am's testimony indicated that such water rights were divisible, but that he had trouble seeing that there was a separate sale for water rights and that they were divisible. And we took that to heart, and in subsequent acquisitions, we used Matt Payne from Westwater, I guess he's your former colleague, to provide testimony about how water rights were involved in a market and they were divisible from a company and could be sold, just like the water mains and everything else. They had to be for the appraisal. All of them had to be considered, but they were just one of the assets that were held by the utility that was selling. And so they had to all be considered in the appraised value for the utility. And in our subsequent acquisitions, when we did show that they were divisible and provided that testimony from Westwater, so in East Pasadena, in Bellflower, those water rights were then included in the appraised value of the system because it was recognized that they are an asset of the system, just like water mains and everything else. And while they may be necessary and committed to the system, they are still part of the system and an asset of the system. So that was a comment. I have a question for Crystal about the appraisal costs under the statute, so under section 1329. Is there a way that those appraisal costs are recovered by the utility And if they are recovered, is there permission in that statute for them to go into rate base?
I can answer that one. Yes, the transaction costs are included, and I believe that they are rolled into rate based after the transaction is closed.
And just on the 6-month window, what happens if a decision is not rendered in the 6 months?
Crystal will have to confirm me on this one, but I don't believe our statute has a consequence.
So is it automatically approved, or what happens if there's no approval in the 6 month?
I've actually been in that situation a few times due to litigation either before the commission or before our appellate courts. We have, for example, you'll see on the chart in our presentation, the Delcora acquisition that has been pending for a few years. The timeline has been considered rather than mandatory, rather, a recommended timeline. So there have not been any type of deemed approvals, if you will, if that's the language that you're looking for, because the 6 months has not been met. But again, that was only in circumstances where there was outside litigation involved to the appellate courts, and the matter was either decided in the appellate court or remanded back to the commission.
Then in all other instances, the approval or denial occurred within the 6 months?
Can you repeat that?
Oh, in all other instances where there wasn't litigation, the approval or denial occurred within the 6 months?
Yes, it did.
And one final question. In appraising the assets, are there any assets that are excluded? So are government funded assets excluded from the appraisal, or are those included in the fair market value determination?
I'm afraid I don't know the details to that level. You'd have to ask an appraiser on that one. Sorry.
But there's nothing in the statute that precludes inclusion of all of those assets?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. I don't have any more to say. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Nicholas, for your question. Rachel and Crystal for answering. Next in line is Rami Callan.
Yeah, hi, everyone. This is Rami Kalan from California Water Service. First off, excellent presentations from all three presenters. Just a quick question for two of the parties there. One is for the Pennsylvania PUC. I think it was Crystal, you mentioned that your experience is that the purchase price always prevails despite having two separate independent appraisals, and that the willing buyer, willing seller of standard, usually prevails, and that's been your experience since the FMV legislation passed in 2016. I mean, given that scenario, does it make sense to, does it even make sense? I'd like to hear your opinion about having two independent appraisals. And then just a quick follow-up for Kevin, because Kevin, I think you said you were involved in the Bullhead City appraisal. I mean, how much does a valuation appraisal, what does that cost? Because I have no sense. So I'm just wondering if you could shed some light on that. Thank you very much.
I can take our question first, if that's okay. That was me that said that so far in our experience, other than that one East Whiteland Township case I mentioned, that the rate base value is set equal to the purchase price. And I see your point that maybe we don't need two, but there is that one case out there, and our statute requires two. So the commission doesn't have the option to not require that.
Just to briefly follow up, and this dovetails on Commissioner Shiroma's question, the process in Pennsylvania is set forth in legislation, in a statute, and the commission really only has the authority that we are given by the General Assembly in Pennsylvania. So a lot of this process is very prescriptive, and we are not authorized to go outside of what the legislator has set forth in that section 1329 of the Public Utility Code. Thank you.
So the question specifically to me, I would just say it really depends on, what's involved in the process, how good the books and records are of the utility. And let's just talk about California for a second, because there's one prescribed methodology and not 3 approaches to value used there. I would say it's easier for us to do. We bill our time primarily per hour that we work. Our rates range from $250 to $720, but there's not too many of us that bill at $720, and I don't myself. So with Bullhead City, it's kind of hard to answer because, yes, it was a very fulsome valuation analysis, so it'd be different than what we would do in California. Certainly for the rate exercise and for the transaction analysis and the direct testimony that we provide. And then also we had another party in which we had to opine on or provide opinions as to the work product from the other side in that matter. So that makes it so that there's just a lot more work involved in a matter, like in a condemnation matter, certainly in when I was involved in Arizona. So it's a bit harder to answer, but I would say for California and the things I've done, it were probably somewhere in the 30s or 40s to do our work. So somewhere in that range.
Is that $30,000 to $40,000? I'm sorry, I didn't follow.
Yeah, that'd probably be about the range.
Okay. Hey, thank you both. And just one plug for California. California has had fair market value legislation in code since 1997. Thank you both.
Thank you, Rami, for your question, and the panelists for answering. Our next question is from Victor Smith. Victor, the floor is yours.
Question for Todd. It's Victor Smith. I'm a commissioner advisor for Commissioner Huck. I think in your trends on the horizon slide, you mentioned produced water being sold in California. I was wondering if you could provide a definition of produced water and speak to whether or not that water is being treated before it's being resold and what it's being used for. Thanks. Sorry to derail and go on something not specifically related to water rights, but I was just wondering. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. It's an interesting topic. And so produced water is water that has been used in oil and gas extraction. And it is treated. And it's treated to a standard where, it's not potable. However, there is some demand for its level of treatment. So it can be used for things perhaps like in-stream flow mitigation. Also, there is some agricultural demand for certain agricultural applications. It might be excluded from, say, vegetable, like low-lying crops where it's applied directly, but for orchard use. And then there's also the opportunity to treat it to a higher level. So it could be brought up to that potable standard. But right now, the produced water, to get it to that potable standard, it's just not cost effective. Similar to what we're seeing with reverse osmosis, as the demand and therefore the price for potable water keeps increasing, some of these other technologies become more viable. And so we're starting to see more RO, and this produced water could fill some of that remaining market space into the future. So there are a couple clients we're working with that deal with this produced water, and we're kind of actively helping to identify a market for it. I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you, Victor and Todd. Next, we have John Van Giffen. John, are you there? We might be having some technical. Oh,
Mic
yeah,
check.
we can hear you.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry about that. Good old turn off, turn back on works every time. First off, thank you everyone for your wonderful presentations. I wanted to make a quick comment followed by a two-part question. Based on the presentations thus far, it sounds like there's a lot of data that can and should be considered, but ultimately the commissioners and decision makers need to be prepared to use discretion and their best judgment to arrive at a final reasonable value. I was wondering if any of the panelists would disagree with that assessment.
We can start with Kevin, if you have any input on that.
No, I don't disagree. I think there's a lot of things to consider. So,
Crystal, Rachel.
Yeah, I don't disagree. But again, in Pennsylvania, there is so much discretion that the commissioners can use regarding adjustments that are made. And that's what we fight about, right? The valuation adjustments. But again, it is legislation in Pennsylvania, and we do not have the authority to go outside of what the legislation sets forth as the process. So we cannot change our, legislative framework for how the valuation process works. But I do agree again to the extent that we can hash out those adjustments to the numbers.
Just add that a lot of these the systems being purchased in Pennsylvania are all municipal systems, and a lot of times older, and sometimes the records don't exist that you would need or want for a publicly owned utility. And so creating the valuation when you don't have records of what the assets are, where the pipes are, where they are in the ground, leads to a lot of judgment used in the appraisals, and therefore a lot of judgment also used in the end decision.
Thank you, Todd. Would you like to weigh in?
I'd say in general, I also do not disagree, and there is of course some discretion and judgment on the water rights valuation side. I'd shown that slide where it displayed the different approaches that we most often employ, and where those are and what situations they're most often employed for, and that's really to minimize the amount of discretion needed, right? So we're trying to minimize the amount of manipulation needed or back-end calculations. We want to get to the most direct and supported estimate that we can.
Thank you, John, for that question.
One last just comment, following up on Rami's question regarding using multiple valuations, but ultimately the Pennsylvania Utility Commission generally landing on the purchase price for rate base. Isn't it fair to say that the act of doing the valuations can affect the purchase price that's been agreed upon? In other words, absent multiple valuations being conducted, the purchase price could have been higher. It could have been lower. I'm just not seeing that as a valid argument, but that's more of a comment than a question. Thank you so much.
John, I believe we'll take that as a comment and continue the question and answer process here. Back to you, Marty.
Thank you. Next in line is Wes Owens from Cal-AM.
American Water here. Thanks also for the time. I've been involved in about half a dozen of these proceedings, and it's still just learning a lot through this workshop. So thank you. I guess I have a few, but I'll try to keep it short. For Kevin, is there you talked about kind of the different levels of appraisal. Is there, like, I don't know if it's a dollar level or size of the utility being acquired where maybe some of these components aren't as critical? So if I'm thinking of like functional obsolescence, I think obviously like replacement cost is across the board something that should be looked at, depreciation, but some of these issues that are, I don't know, maybe not subjective, but like functional obsolescence, do you think those obviously seem important for large acquisitions, but if we're talking smaller in the hundreds of thousands of dollars or even smaller than that range, is it worthwhile to go through that level of appraisal?
I would say, Wes, I think I would agree that the size, the scope, the larger systems might have more decrements to value considering functional issues or economic obsolescence. I don't know if there's any sort of bright line standard which I would suggest, but to your point, in general, yes, I would say the larger the system, the more likely there would be some sort of adjustments to consider, just because there's more assets to consider.
Excellent. I don't know, Terrence or Marty, if I could throw in one more question. This is to the Pennsylvania folks, I guess, and it's probably more in line with a future workshop around ratepayer impacts, I suppose, but they did kind of touch on the noticing, which I think is important. And I'm just curious, are the acquisitions typically integrated for rate making immediately upon closing, or is it in a subsequent general rate case in Pennsylvania?
It is in the next base rate case. And there have also, I can think of one case at least, where the closing was very close before the rate case. And so the parties agreed to include that in the rate case after that and not that instant proceeding. But it is not immediate. It's in the next rate case.
And then I'll wrap up with just one quick comment. I don't know, maybe someone else will touch on this, but I think similar, obviously different than Pennsylvania, but here in California, the standard of fair market value for rate base is in the California statute and is in the PUC code. So I think while there is obviously subjectivity and we need to look at the ratepayer benefits, there is a law also that needs to be followed. So with that, I'll sign off. Thank you.
Thanks, Wes. We'll consider your comment, and we also don't want to spoil our next workshop dealing with ratepayer impacts, although we still appreciated Pennsylvania's perspective covering a broad spectrum of what they work on, and we'd like to continue our Q&A process here. I do see Lori's hand raised again.
Hi, this is Lori Dolquist on behalf of CWA, and this is to follow up, I guess, to Wes's comment, but also a comment made by the representatives from Pennsylvania in that fair market value and the factors that the Commission considers both in California and Pennsylvania is dictated by statute. As Wes mentioned, the fair market value is put in rate base under the Consolidation Act, and fair market value is determined by law where there is a market, which is there a willing seller and a willing buyer. So it's important to keep in mind these issues of valuation and appraisal can inform the Commission's consideration, particularly in the rare cases where the purchase price exceeds the valuation. There, the Commission has the discretion to determine whether to include that difference in rate base, but otherwise the Commission is required to put the fair market value in rate base. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. think that was the last question. Actually, no, we have Rami's hand up. Rami, you can ask your question.
Thanks, Monty. Just one more question. This one is for Todd. You know, in California, we talk about aridification. So if California is becoming more arid as a state, do water utilities with water rights increase in value? And any attempt to, say, cap or limit the sales prices, will that discourage consolidations and acquisitions? Thank you.
That's a interesting concept. Yeah. So as you know, what used to be a consistent and reliable water resource becomes less so. Even if a utility is not expanding, they might need to look at acquiring additional water rights. And if those acquisitions are going to be expensive, right, because there's a lot of demand for that water, then they're essentially going to have to bring that into their rate base. And so then if that utility is now going to be acquired, and it's and there's a rate base component to how it's valued, that acquisition, then I think in that sense, the utility has become more valuable because those ratepayers are making higher payments to cover this new water supply. So I think the simple answer is yes, but the second part of your question about rate caps, I can't speak to that. I haven't. I'm not steeped in utility regulation or law, but maybe someone on the panel could.
Anyone from the panel would like to weigh in?
And I think it's okay as we had an open-ended question for Rami, and that may better serve as a afternoon discussion point as we expand on kind of the commission responsibilities there. So we'll keep going with the raised hands and to the next question.
Next question is from Melody Chrislock.
Melody Chrislock speaking on behalf of Public Water Now. So this is partly a comment, partly a question. Water is becoming extraordinarily expensive in California. I wondered how much it compares to Pennsylvania. Here, 5,000 gallons a month of water is costing about $150 already. And all of this bears on valuation because that in turn raises the price higher. I would hope that the commission would err on the side of valuation approaches that favor ratepayers in California. I mean, this is water. These are monopolies. We don't have a choice. We're basically captives. And this becomes a real problem that we're experiencing here on the Monterey Peninsula as we speak with Cal-Am. And then I have a question. The public really wondered why, when the East Pasadena sale came up with Cal-Am buying East Pasadena, it was hard to understand how we had to pay, the ratepayers of Cal-Am in the end had to pay for an asset that actually would increase Cal-Am's value. And that was hard to explain and harder to understand. And also we wondered, Cal-Am didn't seem to argue for a lower price. East Pasadena made a fortune on that sale, something like $34 million in profit. And we wondered if Cal-Am had any motivation to argue for a lower price, which in the end its ratepayers would have to cover over time. So I don't know if anyone can address that question here, but I thought I'd throw it out there. Thank you.
And Melody, if I could rephrase and maybe pinpoint your question and comment in more just the overall aspect of looking at water valuation in California versus Pennsylvania, I think that's more of an open-ended question for our Pennsylvania PUC respondents. And then your second part into getting a specific case dealing with the calamities passing, I don't believe that's part of our discussion today, and we'll refrain from getting too far into that. But I'll give an opportunity for Rachel and Crystal if they'd like to respond on the different aspects of water valuation.
This is Crystal. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but again, the process is set forth by statute, and the commission has, limited discretion in what we can do with our statutory mandate to carry out Section 1329. We also did have our appellate courts determine that these acquisitions are in the public interest because of the regionalization, consolidation, and economies of scale benefits that I mentioned. So we do not have much discretion to go outside of those parameters.
Thank you, Crystal, for the response, and definitely not a broken record as we also comply with our statute and regulations as part of our commission operating protocol. With that, I see a next hand up with Jennifer Capitolo.
From California Water Association. Hopefully, Board Member Firestone, you don't mind me calling you out, even though you're not a panelist today, but I feel like we've spent a lot of time today talking about larger system acquisitions. And, we framed this hearing at the beginning, and we really spent our entire last workshop talking about small systems and small failing systems. And I think some of what we talked about today is not as relevant when we're seeing some of these systems transfer hands for, $1 or $1,000. And that's really a huge priority, I feel like, for the water board. So I just wanted to see, Board Member Firestone, if you had any insight that you wanted to offer from the water board, because you all are also doing this evaluation work of taking systems, trying to convince them to go into a regional partnership or consolidate with a neighbor. And I know you all have had to figure out valuation in a short amount of time as well. And it is, as I understand, a little bit of a different approach when you're talking about small systems.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to leave the details or info on what we're doing and how we're approaching to Megan Tosny, because she's going to be on later today. But we can follow up too after that, I think, if there's more to dig into. But I did maybe want to use this opportunity to kind of ask that of Pennsylvania, because I am interested to know to what extent this process is utilized for small and failing systems. Do they go through a formal appraisal, or it sounds like there's another default process that they could go through that maybe make more sense in that circumstance? So can you talk more about how that works in Pennsylvania for, say, a small failing system?
Yes, I'd be happy to. We do still have the acquisition adjustment in our regulations that can be used when a system that's being acquired has 3,300 or fewer customers or is essentially non-viable. In that situation, there is a rebuttable presumption that the difference between the book value or original cost minus depreciation and the purchase price can be included in rate base. So we would be outside of any kind of fair market value legislation context or the valuation context. There's a rebuttable presumption just to include that amount in rate base. We do also have, for extremely troubled systems, receivership options. We have incentivized and rewarded certain utilities in Pennsylvania for voluntarily taking on receiverships of very troubled systems through performance management adjustments in their rate cases and so forth. So we do have a lot of tools that we use in Pennsylvania for the very small or very troubled or non-viable systems. We also coordinate, it sounds like very similar to California, through what we call a small water company task force, where we team up with our Department of Environmental Protection to identify those systems, and we try to resolve those issues as best as we can.
Thank you, Jennifer and Crystal. I don't see any hands raised, and we are at time. You will get a chance in the afternoon to ask more questions. With that, I would like to hand over the microphone to Terrence for the public comment section.
Thanks, Marty, for helping moderate our more focused session. And now is, again, an opportunity for a more broad, open-ended public comment session. So those that are not parties to the proceeding but are willing participants to this workshop is more an open Q&A time as well. If you'd like to raise hands, we have about 5 to 10 minutes here before we break for lunch. I'll give it another minute here, but not seeing any eager participants. I still appreciate the silent participation of our workshop participants. I know you all must be soaking in all the really great presentations we had. We had a lot of information shared, and it's a lot to digest there. So if there's no questions, I'm always happy to move forward our agenda and look towards our next stop, which is lunch. And we will break for an hour as well, which we can look forward to our afternoon session of a full slate of panelists. But also want to take the time out now to thank our morning panelists with the various perspectives provided. We do appreciate all that you've covered in the short amount of time allotted. So thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you so much, Todd, and much appreciated, Crystal and Rachel, for covering all that you were able to cover. And want to excuse you all if you have other priorities. We know you're working from different parts of the nation and you may not always operate on Pacific Standard Time, but appreciate your support in our workshop model and our overall proceeding. You're of course welcome to continue participation, and we still have a full slate of afternoon, but I'd like to welcome everyone back around 1:10. And for our afternoon panelists, a bit of logistics here. If you'd like to log in about 15 minutes earlier than 1:10 and check your AB, welcome that as well. With that, I'll hand everyone off to lunch and hope you all have a nice break before we resume. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. It was nice meeting everyone.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, looks like we have about a minute to go before we officially restart, and we'll restart according to our schedule and run-up show with Megan coming online virtually first. All right, I have 1:10 on my clock, so I'm happy to restart our workshop and welcome everyone back from our lunch break and begin our afternoon set of presentations as well as our full agenda here. And so I'd really like to welcome our full slate of afternoon panelists, beginning with Megan Tosney from the Division of Financial Assistance with the State Water Resources Control Board. And so we'll start with her presentation first, and I'll welcome her to the virtual stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. So I'm going to cover just like a high-level summary of our Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience program, and then go into a little bit more detail about mandatory consolidation and some of the funding that we offer for consolidation projects. Next slide. So this highlights some of the key components of our SAFER program. We obviously have, first of all, funding from the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund, and also complementary funding sources, federal and also state grants that go together to help us implement the SAFER program. We have a big data collection and analysis portion, which is primarily through our Division of Drinking Water and the annual needs assessment effort that they do. We also have our kind of three-pronged effort of consolidation and regional solutions, also administrator work, which is where we can appoint an entity to sort of take over a failing system and help bring them back into compliance. And also technical assistance, which we provide through third-party providers that we have existing grant agreements with, and that enables us to assign them to different systems that need help. And a lot of the work that they do is geared towards planning and developing construction projects and submitting funding applications for those construction projects. Next slide. So as far as consolidation goes, we have a lot of folks putting effort into encouraging voluntary consolidation efforts. We've sent out thousands of letters to different water systems that have good consolidation potential, sort of recommending that they consider looking into it and letting them know resources available if they're interested. We have regular, what we call regional water partnership workshops at various locations throughout the state to allow systems to come and hear about those opportunities and discuss options directly with staff. At this point in time, about 40% of what we classify as failing systems are in consolidation discussions, or at least initially considering it as an option. And there's a total of about 200 total consolidations currently in the queue. Some of those may not necessarily be failing systems, but systems that are potentially at risk or for other reasons may be interested in consolidating. And then we also have a big focus on trying to do regional approaches for consolidation to potentially address multiple systems as part of a single project, or multiple phases of a single project to try to, more efficiently address more systems in need at one time. Next slide. One of the specific authorities that's actually really implemented by our Division of Drinking Water is mandatory consolidation. So in 2015, the board had authority to order consolidation with a receiving water system, which is what we call the larger system that would ultimately take over the smaller failing system. In cases where that smaller system is within a disadvantaged community and consistently fails to provide an adequate supply of safe drinking water. Then in 2022, our authorities were expanded to also include cases where a small system with 3,300 or fewer connections that is classified as at risk in our annual needs assessment. Those systems also we can apply this mandatory consolidation authority to now. Next slide. So in general, our first objective is to try to work systems through on the voluntary consolidation approach. If that's not progressing, then the mandatory process starts with a letter that gives the system a deadline to come to an agreement with both systems really, to come to an agreement on the consolidation terms voluntarily. Typically, that's a 6-month timeline, and during that time, board staff will hold a first public meeting in the community to share information about the consolidation process. If that deadline isn't met, the board will hold a second public meeting, and that's the point at which an order would be issued to require the mandatory consolidation process to move forward. We Definitely consider, technical feasibility and cost effectiveness of consolidation before we pursue mandatory. And as I've kind of emphasized a few times here, voluntary approaches are always pursued first and are, generally successful. Of the 200 or whatever consolidations I mentioned we have working through the process, currently only about 6 are active mandatory consolidation projects, and that includes a total of 13 systems that are being consolidated as part of those 6 projects. Next slide. So just wanted to give some really high-level information about funding that we provide for consolidation projects. We can provide both planning grants and construction grants. Planning grants can cover typical costs associated with any drinking water planning project, engineering, easements, test wells, pilot studies, plans and specs, environmental documents. We also can fund costs associated with negotiating consolidation agreements. We can fund rate studies, TMF assessments, and pretty much anything that is going to be needed to support a construction application. And one thing to note there is that for a lot of cases, we're able to provide help with those types of tasks through our existing technical assistance agreements, which would mean that systems don't necessarily have to apply and go through their own process to execute a planning grant agreement. They can have technical assistance providers get that work done for them. And then as far as construction, again, typical types of drinking water infrastructure can be eligible to the extent, those are needed to facilitate completion of the consolidation. So tanks, distribution, meters, treatment, if there's any sort of fees, including source capacity charges. And then also planning and design can be funded retroactively as part of the construction agreement, and some systems prefer to go that route. And of course, property purchase, and what's most relevant to today is the cost of acquisition. So next slide. This is just very high level on what sort of grant funding we have available. Right now, the main sources we're utilizing for drinking water projects are the general fund infrastructure appropriation from the 2021 state budget. We also have federal money coming from the drinking water SRF that we give out as principal forgiveness, which is essentially like a grant. There's also small amounts available left from some of our older bonds and propositions. So in total, we have around 800 million currently available. So it's a very unique time where we have a lot of grant funding available right now. We have all of the criteria for our grants outlined in our Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan, which we issue annually, usually in the June timeframe. And generally, public water systems that serve less than 10,000 people and schools are eligible. And then also for sort of higher priority public health issues and consolidation projects, we have opportunities for larger systems and also small non-disadvantaged systems to potentially receive grant funding as well. Our application process is continuous. And as I said, we have, options both for planning or construction. We can offer help through technical assistance. And we also have a pre-application that we encourage small systems to use, which helps give us some initial just basic info to help the system decide if they're ready to apply for construction, or maybe they'd be a better fit to get some help through technical assistance first and that sort of thing. And then just one small note here is that yesterday our board did adopt guidelines for a new expedited drinking water funding process that we're just getting started with. And so one kind of nuance there I wanted to mention is that program will not be on a continuous basis. There will be periodic deadlines announced, and we'll review applications in groups and make awards. Next slide. I won't go into a great detail here because this is a pretty detailed slide covering some of our consolidation incentives, but I did want to at least flag and make sure folks know that this is available. So based on the type of community being consolidated and the number of connections of the system being consolidated, the receiving system can receive grants up to $5 million and 0% loans up to $10 million. And that can be applied toward what we call a consolidation incentive project. So this is completely separate from the consolidation project and the eligible costs that I was discussing earlier. This would be for a project that solely benefits the receiving water system for whatever, regular upcoming capital improvements they might have to help incentivize receiving water systems to participate in consolidation projects. Next slide. And so finally here, regarding price valuations, when we are helping to consolidate a smaller failing system, for example, number one, I wanted to mention that under mandatory consolidation, the board is required to compensate the owners of the subsumed system for the fair market value. That said, we are open to funding, the reasonable costs of acquisition as part of the construction grant budget for either mandatory or voluntary consolidations, because again, to the extent we're able, we want to incentivize people to follow it on a mandatory basis. Typically, I think, this is an area where we do not have a lot of experience yet. If I'm being very honest, we have not had a lot of existing examples where we have funded this cost as part of a construction agreement. We are, initially thinking we typically will want to look for an assessment from a qualified third-party appraiser. And we want it to cover a lot of the things we already talked about this morning. I will say that, knowing that there are such significant costs associated with going through the appraisal process, I think we will probably need to carve out certain cases where that can be waived. And that's something that we're still sort of trying to figure out the best way to approach. And would certainly welcome, feedback from others as part of this process today. And the other thing I wanted to highlight is just that it is very important that we sort of are aligned with CPUC in how those determinations of fair market value are made, because we're both going to have to sort of buy into that in cases where we are funding that cost of acquisition. So I think that's my last slide, other than some links.
Thanks, Megan, for covering the perspectives from the board. Appreciate your candidness there. And this is really the incentive really for us to improve and work on the process and really look at how we view appraisals, but also overall fair market value, and continue to improve the process between our sister agencies, the PUC and the board. So looking forward to how that really envelops. And I'll keep our workshop process moving here with our next presenter. We have Janice Hanna from Del Oro, who will be giving a verbal presentation. So we'll keep just this slide up, but also have Janice present on the virtual stage.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners, and good afternoon, everyone. I am Janice Hanna, Director of Corporate Accounting and Regulatory Affairs for Del Oro Water Company. Del Oro is a Class B water utility with 20 districts located throughout California, from Ferndale and Bimbo in Northern California to Porterville in the South. During the years of 2008 and 2019, as shown in Appendix D of the staff white paper associated with this ruling, Del Oro has acquired 11 small districts ranging from 352 to 34 connections, totaling an additional 1,200 or so connections to our customer base. The first 9 of these districts were approved by the CPUC with an application process and decision by an ALJ, and 1 community service district with an advice letter and resolution. All of these districts had sellers who were interested in being acquired for several different reasons. An owner had passed away and his children did not want to continue to operate a water district. Other reasons were regulatory complexities with the various government agencies were becoming more difficult. And then even owners who were just wanting to sell their assets. With these reasons, negotiations for the purchase prices of these utilities stemmed around the fair market value of the rate base of these utilities, and no appraisals were needed. Even with successfully acquiring and improving the assets of these districts through the years, Del Oro still has 5 of these districts on the human right to water list. 2 will have completed treatment plants by the end of 2023, 1 with SRF grant funding, and 1 with contributed funds from litigation of the groundwater contamination in the area. 2 are being consolidated into a neighboring city and community water district. And the final district is part of a state-funded project for it to be intertied into the nearest city and purchase their water. All of these projects have taken years from 2008 to 2023 and continue on. The final utility we purchased was in 2019 with an advice letter requested dated February 22nd, 2019, and final resolution from the Commission dated August 1st, 2019. Mr. John Parrish approached Del Oro at the beginning of 2018, wanting to sell his Hack Creek water utility and retire. Even though he had just completed a $900,000 water treatment plant with state-funded grant monies, the other assets were fully depreciated, and with the last general rate case dated March 2018, the rate base was $3,266. He had a figure in mind for the fair market value, but to be fair, an appraisal was ordered and completed on June 18, 2018. The appraiser indicated that as a Class B utility, Del Oro would have the ability to escalate the rate base as a result of a sale paying more than the existing rate base and operating it together with its other districts in the area. The appraiser approached 2 different values, one indicated by capitalized income approach, which reached a value of $80,000, and one by RCN-LD, which is reproduction costs new less depreciation, which reached a value of $120,000. The appraiser determined fair market value to be $80,000, which was $4,000 higher than what Mr. Parrish had in mind. Escrow closed August 2019. Del Oro and I feel for all consolidations, time is detrimental for all the consumers we are trying to serve. Whether it is with the CPUC level or the state funding level, our customers are the ones suffering. Approval from the CPUC and approval for funding from the State Water Board for the improvements needed by these small utilities, whether they're failing or not, has to be shortened. One last example. There is a small utility, 17 customers, under the CPUC who has not paid a water bill since before COVID. Their water is not being tested. They do not have meters. There is no secondary source of water, no generator. I am not sure why the power is still on. It is located on Highway 99, about 30 minutes from Chico. In November 2021, Del Oro received a letter from the State Water Board ordering Del Oro to consolidate with this utility. It is now with the state's Safe 4 program and is being administered by Pritchard and Provost, an engineering firm who has yet to receive approval of their work plan. The last information I had regarding this utility was at a site meeting on May 5th, 2022, which Del Oro attended. They still have not been billed. Their water is still not being tested, and no one knows if the customers are boiling their water. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice, for covering the perspectives and working with Del Oro and your interactions with various state agencies. We'll keep moving along to our next presenter here. We have Carmelita Bordelon from Suburban, who will cover memo accounts. Carmelita, please go ahead and take the virtual stage.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmelita Bordelon, and I'm the Director of Regulatory Affairs for Suburban Water Systems. And today I want to discuss memo accounts specifically related to transaction costs for acquisitions. So the CPUC's Environmental and Social Justice Plan 2.0 included an action item, which was to look into the use of consolidation as a tool to achieve lower costs for customers in ESJ communities. Additionally, in February, during the February 2021 workshop, it was noted that there was a need to better understand barriers to acquisition from the utility perspective. And one potential barrier is transaction costs. Transaction costs can include things like legal fees, engineering studies, surveys, required customer notices, and other such expenses. And many of these costs are incurred prior to the filing of the application, including responses to the minimum data request, the MDRs. And the expenses related to preparing everything for the application can easily amount to thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Historically, in California, the acquisition process was governed by the 99 decision, 99-10-064, and that decision required utilities to submit an MDR that included 15 items when filing an application with to acquire a utility. But more recently, with the LIRA Phase 1 decision, an additional 24 items were included. There was an additional MDR that had 24 items. And while the goal of the expanded MDRs is to streamline the application process, and that is a well-intentioned goal, the consequence is that utilities incur significantly more costs prior to filing, and these costs are unavoidable, and by virtue of the commission process are mostly incurred prior to filing the application. And this process raises the risk of disallowance of those costs resulting from assertions of retroactive rate making. Transaction costs are essential and they cannot be avoided, and these acquisitions have benefits to customers. And today, utilities have two methods for recovering these costs. The first method is to forecast transaction costs in the general rate case, the GRC. And unfortunately, it's not usually possible to know if or when an acquisition will occur. You won't know what size, the size of the potential acquisition or the associated transaction costs. And additionally, if utilities attempt to time acquisitions to follow the GRC cycle, then systems that are on the verge of failing could fall into more dire straits, and that could result in negative outcomes for customers. The second option is to request a memo account to track the acquisition costs related to, or the transaction costs related to the acquisition. And the main benefit of a transaction memo account is that it allows the utility to track the costs related to the acquisition for future recovery, and it eliminates the challenges related to retroactive rate making. And establishment of a memo account does not guarantee recovery of all costs, or for that matter, any of the recorded costs. The commission will still examine the costs recorded in the memo account to ensure that they're reasonable. And transaction memo accounts today are not a cure-all. They're far from it. They've been applied inconsistently in several acquisitions. The commission has at times allowed tracking of transaction costs, of all of the transaction costs in the memo account. In other cases, they've limited tracking of transaction costs to the date of the application. So costs incurred after the application date could be tracked, or as of the date of the decision, transaction costs could be tracked, or they've been denied altogether. And this inconsistent treatment of transaction costs related to acquisition leads to significant risk of under-recovery for the utility, which leads to the potential of it being a barrier. So a consistent industry-wide solution is required to avoid under-recovery of transaction costs, and that becoming a disincentive to utilities that desperately need to be consolidated in the state of California. With this solution, each utility would have a standing transaction cost memo account for acquisitions that would be, costs would only be recorded there when there's a triggering event, such as signing an asset purchase agreement. The utility would file an advice letter to begin recording costs in the transaction memo account. And again, this will not guarantee recovery of the costs, but it would ensure that utilities have a reasonable opportunity to recover the costs, and it will help both the commission and the utilities achieve their ESG goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmelita, for covering the perspectives on memo accounts. Next, we have Nick Subius, who will be giving us a slide deck and bringing us back to reality here after our verbal presentations. Nick, please take it away on the virtual stage.
Perfect. Thank you, Terrence. And thank you for hosting the workshop. And I appreciate the opportunity to present. I'm going to talk about an example of an independent appraisal that was conducted in one of our acquisitions, and that was our Fruit Ridge acquisition over in the Sacramento area. So if you can go to the next slide. These are basically the guidelines and statutes that are implicated. The first one is Public Utilities Code Section 2720B. And what it basically, I mean, it says if the, and I've truncated, of course, it's longer, but it says if the fair market value exceeds the reproduction cost as determined in accordance with Section 820 of the Evidence Code, the commission may include the difference in rate base if the additional amounts are fair and reasonable. And then it goes on to prescribe things that need to be looked at to determine if those amounts are fair and reasonable. But this basically says three things. It says that you need an appraisal with an application or for an acquisition. It says you must compare the appraised value to the fair market value. And then it says if the fair market value is greater than the appraised value, more analysis is needed in order to get that additional part in rate base or to try to get that additional part in rate base. Next is Evidence Code Section 820. It states a witness may take into account the value of the land together with the cost of replacing or reproducing the existing improvements thereon if the improvements enhance the value of the property for its highest and best use, less the depreciation or obsolescence the improvements may have suffered. And then under the guidelines, there's D99-10-064, Appendix D, Section 2.5. Says the appraisal should include, the application should include an appraisal together with all supporting materials and work papers. The appraisal should include all assets, including the value of the land and the cost of replacing the existing improvements, less accumulated depreciation. And that the complexity and detail required will necessarily vary based on the size and the price of the acquired system. So in the Fruit Ridge context, we complied with those. We submitted an appraisal with our application. But then decision D99-10-064, Appendix D, has another portion where it describes the timeline for an application for a Class A or Class B acquisition. And in our Fruit Ridge context, we were buying a Class B commission regulated water utility. And in that instance, so for a Class A or a Class B, what was then the ratepayer representative branch, which now would be, I believe, the Public Advocate's Office. They could request within a certain time frame for an independent appraisal to be conducted. So if we can go to the next slide. And in our Fruit Ridge acquisition, that's exactly what happened. Then it was called ORA, reached out to us and said that they were going to request an independent appraisal. Now, I think we all agreed and we knew where the definition for the type of appraisal came from. It came from, 9910, or I'm sorry, it came from section 2720B, and it came from 820 of the evidence code. And we knew that the guidelines also talked about what should be included in the appraisal and what type it should be. We had no idea what independent appraisal meant. So we sat down with all the parties involved, which was Cal-Am, Fruit Ridge Vista, the seller, and the Office of Ratepayer Advocates to discuss what exactly this independent appraisal might look like. And initially, the Office of Ratepayer Advocates saw it as us providing them money to go out and get their own appraiser. But we argued that independent had to be read, and that based on the basic definition for independent, that meant not subject to the control by others, not affiliated with a larger controlling unit, not requiring or relying upon something else, and not looking to others for one's opinions or guidance. So we argue that independent should be independent of any of the parties, because otherwise, why would you include the term independent in there? So you can go on to the next slide. So we sat down with CalPA, or its predecessor, and we worked out a kind of an agreement about how we might proceed with an independent appraisal. So they were going to come up with 3 possible appraisers. We would come up with 3 possible appraisers. We would then have the chance to get information from those appraisers, to get disclosures and ask them questions. We would have meetings with those appraisers so that we could ask them about the information that they'd provided to us. And then at that point, the parties would attempt to agree on a single independent appraiser. That selected appraiser then would not work for any of the parties. They'd be truly independent. And so we came up with a framework that after that independent appraiser was selected, any communications with that appraiser would have to include all parties. No ex parte communications with the appraiser. Everybody had to be on board for every communication. And we also came up with the mechanism for it to get paid for. So Cal-Am agreed to pay for the independent appraisal, and ORA agreed to support recovery in Cal-Am's next GRC, regardless of whether the transaction was even approved or not, because we were going to outlay all this money, and we needed to make sure that even if we didn't end up going through and being able to buy Fruit Ridge Vista, that we'd have an ability to recover those funds. So if we go on to the next slide. As you might imagine, sometimes these acquisitions are very heavily contested affairs. At first, we could not reach a consensus on the appraiser. So Cal-Am objected because one of the appraisers had been the one who had been retained in the condemnation of one of our systems, and we felt had given a very low value there that had been rejected, or ultimately the takings cost was much higher there, so it showed that value was actually too low. And then one of the appraisers didn't provide us with a lot of responses to the discovery information that we requested. So we had some trouble with the public advocates appraisers, and they of course didn't like any of our appraisers. So that put us at an impasse. We reached out for ADR support from the commission, and that we didn't get the support right away. So before we could get any of that support, we had our pre-hearing conference with Judge Miles. And Judge Miles made the observation at the pre-hearing conference that it didn't seem like we could agree on anything. Because we went back and forth at the pre-hearing conference. At that time, Cal-Am suggested that we thought that a mediator from the ADR process could make the decision as to who the independent appraiser would be from the list, from any of the ones provided by the parties, or that Judge Miles could make that decision. We also suggested sort of a hybrid approach where we would pair one of our selected appraisers with one of CalPA's selected appraisers. And those two would work together and come up with the appraisal. And Judge Miles she spoke favorably of that, and then she sent us outside to go and meet and confer for a while before we came back in to see her. And when we went outside to meet and confer, we agreed that we would pursue that approach. So we go with one of CalPA's appraisers, and we go with one of ours. And that was then memorialized on the record in the proceeding, as well as the notion that this would be truly independent, so no party could communicate with the appraisers without all parties present, so no ex parte communications with the appraisers. Next slide. And so in terms of appraisers, it's very interesting because it's in hearing from the people from Pennsylvania, what we ended up coming up with was something a little bit similar to that. So under the Pennsylvania statute, I believe you have both an appraiser and then the appraiser works with an engineering company to formulate the appraisal. And so for us at Cal-Am, we looked at it, this is the Sacramento area. None of the other appraisers had a lot of experience in the Sacramento area with the needs, pricing, the facilities that are in use there. So we thought it was important to bring in a company with lots of experience in that area. So we selected West Yost, which is an engineering company that performs lots of condition-based assessments for municipalities in and around the Sacramento area. Big database of how much things cost and what sort of shape the systems are in. And ORA, or CalPA's predecessor, selected a company called CostQuest Associates. They were for us the most experienced of the CalPA possible appraisers, in that they were not the one that sought to condemn our system in Felton, and they weren't the one who failed to provide adequate responses to discovery. They were a much more sort of recognized, established appraisal company. So we paired them with the engineering company West Yost. Those two then worked together. They formulated questions that they propounded to the parties that we had to answer. They sought documents, and then they held regular meetings to obtain necessary information mostly from Fruit Ridge, but also from Cal-Am. And then they had a site tour where we went on site visits with the ratepayer advocate, with Fruit Ridge representatives, and with Cal-Am representatives to view all the major infrastructure in the system, to go around all the system to see some of it in action. And all of that took place. It took a fair amount of time. It ended up costing a lot more than the initial budget. So I think in total it cost somewhere between $180,000 and $200,000. But at the end of the day, then produced an initial draft report, which was circulated to all of the parties for comment, and then a final report, which was provided to the commission for review and use in the proceeding. So if we can go to the next slide. Oh, next slide. There we go. There we go. Back. So our initial appraisal, the one provided with Cal-Am's application, came in at basically 33 million bucks. In that application, we did it pursuant to D99-10-064 Appendix D, which said that that only indicated you needed to do depreciation. So we did not include obsolescence in that appraisal. We had never included obsolescence before, so we followed sort of the same playbook that we had been using, and which complied with the letter of what was in D99-10-064. The appraisers who did the independent appraisal added in the additional category, as Kevin talked about earlier this morning, of obsolescence. So using obsolescence, that dropped down the appraised value from what we had of 33 million to 26 and change. That was still well above the purchase price, which was $20.75 million. So more than, or almost $6 million above the purchase price. ORA objected at that time, not to necessarily, that's not at all to the way the appraisal was done, but to certain things that were included in it. So at that time, ORA was relying upon the argument that the appraisal should only include distribution system and that fair market value should only include the distribution system, which they said did not include the wells or anything other than essentially pipes and maybe pump stations. So even storage, they said that didn't include. They have not used that argument in the last several years. So they've kind of stopped relying upon it. And in this case, the decision did not agree with that. It found the definition of distribution system too narrow. And it did say, in citing the independent appraisal, that it demonstrates that the negotiated $20.75 million purchase price of the Fruit Ridge assets is reasonable, and that the purchase price agreed to between Fruit Ridge and Cal-Am is the fair market value. So it relied extensively on the independent appraisal that was conducted in the proceeding. And I'll say, this is a proceeding where we went to hearings. We had several full days of hearings. It went to full briefing. It went to motion for rehearing. But, despite all of that and how contentious the proceeding was, I will say that the parties did come together and come up with a process that worked for completing the independent appraisal. And it got it done. And I think it did a very good job that educated all the parties as to the component parts necessary for the appraisal, and ended up being something that was relied upon heavily in the decision. So that is the end of my discussion. And thank you for allowing me to present it.
Thank you, Nick, for clarifying the example on appraisals and sharing your experiences there. Also appreciate your expanding on the definition of independent using the Merriam-Webster dictionary. I wish I could explain that to my 3-year-old son, but as you know, it's quite a difficult process there of explaining independence to someone of that age. Moving on here, I'll bring us back to our workshop, and what we have next is a presentation from Ed Jackson from Liberty Utilities. Ed, I'd like to welcome you to the virtual stage.
Thank you, Terrence, and thank you, Commissioner Shiroma and Board Member Firestone for the opportunity to share Liberty's experience with consolidations in this very important proceeding. My name is Edward Jackson. I'm the president of Liberty Utilities California. Liberty owns and operates 2 Class A water utilities in Southern California. Park Water, operating in portions of southern eastern Los Angeles County, serving approximately 30,000 customers. Apple Valley Ranchos Water in the high desert area of San Bernardino County, serving approximately 20,000 customers. And we also operate CalPeco Electric, which is the electric utility provider for Lake Tahoe, serving approximately 50,000 customers. So I'm going to talk about the consolidation of Yermo Water Company with Apple Valley that occurred in 2015. So Yermo is located approximately 50 miles northeast of Apple Valley off Interstate 15. If you drive through the Mojave Desert on the way to Las Vegas from Los Angeles, just past the city of Barstow, you will pass California's largest gas station, Eddie's World. You'll see a bank of over 25 Tesla and DC charging stations. And if you stop for gas there, or if you charge your electric vehicle at Eddie's World, you are in the community of Yermo, California. Yermo has approximately 250 customers. Prior to consolidation with Apple Valley, Yermo had a very long, troubled history of absentee ownership, negligent operations, unsafe and inadequate water supply and water operations. Yermo also had a history of non-compliance with both Commission and California Department of Public Health orders. Eventually, the Commission appointed a receiver to take possession and operate Yermo and find a suitable purchaser. The receiver subsequently selected Apple Valley as the candidate there. So like other small troubled utilities, Yermo suffered from deferred maintenance and deferred investments. Yermo also suffered from inadequate record keeping for maintenance activities. It was apparent to our engineering and operations personnel that there was no ongoing preventive maintenance, and instead the water system was run on a fix-on failure basis. This is exemplified by valves that don't work and hydrants that don't work. These are things that our personnel review and evaluate with respect to deferred maintenance. Whether the valves are buried and therefore non-accessible, non-working hydrants, and the conditions of wells and storage facilities. It was also evident that when repairs were made to the water system, often non-standard materials were used. Repairs were made using anything available. For example, garden hoses were used for service lines, and we found washing machine parts used for repairs. At the time of the consolidation, Yermo consisted of 2 separate water systems, each with a single source of supply. Each water system was served by a single source, a single well. There was no redundancy in supply. So one of the first things we did was construct a 1-mile, 12-inch pipeline that connected the 2 systems so that both sources could be utilized to provide service to all customers. We also upgraded the electrical systems for the wells and installed emergency generators. Previously, whenever there was a loss of power in the community, customers were accustomed to having a corresponding loss of water. This was corrected with the addition of backup generators. We also added chlorination systems at the wells. Previously, there was no chlorination. We further added SCADA so that the water system could be controlled remotely by our operators or from our Apple Valley office. We're presently in the final stages of adding another well to the water system to further increase water reliability and water quality. We also added AMR meters and continued to complete service line replacements. Our repair crews from Apple Valleys are used when needed in the Yermo service area. It's about an hour away. With these improvements and the implementation of maintenance plans, reliability and service quality was greatly improved for our customers and the community. Our plan has always been to include the use of grant funding to upgrade and replace the water distribution system, as Yermo is deemed a disadvantaged community by the state. The grant process has been a very long process, and I'm going to repeat that statement. The grant process has been a very lengthy process. However, I am very cautiously optimistic that we expect to receive grant funding this year, 2023, that will enable the replacement of the distribution system. So I just want to mention a couple important points that I think were very beneficial to this consolidation process. First, there needs to be a simple process for larger utilities like Liberty to consolidate small troubled systems like Yermo. In this instance, we were able to utilize the advice letter process as opposed to the application process to obtain commission authorization for the consolidation. Second, we proposed and we received commission approval for an interim rate plan for Yermo. The interim rate plan put in place the same rate design as Liberty. So tiered rates or conservation rates were put into place for Yermo, and there was an annual inflation adjustment authorized for a 3-year period until the next scheduled general rate case for Apple Valley. In summary, the commission authorized a rate plan for customers to transition from their existing rates to Apple Valley's rates. I'll conclude by stating that Liberty's experience with Yermo is proof of the benefits of consolidation. As a result of this consolidation, our customers in Yermo have safe, reliable, and quality water service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed, for presenting on the case study with Yermo and giving us a landmark spotlight with the Eddy world to really locate where this is and what we're talking about and visualize that.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
If you miss Eddie's World, you will fly by Yermo in a second.
I think you just pinpointed something for all of us to look down on the trip between San Francisco and LA. But moving from one Eddie to actually another Eddie, we have our presentation from parties now with Eddie Scher from Public Advocates. So I'd like to give the virtual mic to Eddie here for his presentation representing the Public Advocates Office.
Thanks, Terrence. Thanks, commissioners. And I've never been involved in anything with so many Eddies, especially in a row. So that's a pleasure. Eddie Scher with Cal Advocates. We can start. First slide. And I want to start just by discussing the fundamental principles of rate making that really should apply to acquisitions. Just starting from square one, just in reasonable rates for ratepayers, no unreasonable returns, and the commission should discipline prices in acquisition transactions where markets don't exist. You can go to the next slide. A revised acquisition framework should apply the statutory definition of fair market value, recognizing that market forces will not moderate prices for monopoly utilities. The framework should require multiple valuation methods from independent appraisers. And the framework should apply standard accounting valuation practices that adequately consider liabilities in determining a fair price. Now, liabilities I'm talking about are those that appear on a balance sheet, but also required infrastructure investments. It matters if your Corvette was only driven to church on Sundays or it was raced on Friday nights. Next slide. Over time, we've seen a 900% increase in the cost per connection, average cost per connection in water system acquisitions. There's something going on here. And the result is unfair profit for sellers, unfair increases in rate base for buyers, and higher customer bills. Next slide, please. So from a ratepayer's perspective, investments, higher bills should result in improvements to their water systems or their water service. We've seen, and a public speaker earlier before lunch mentioned this, very large purchase premiums in the Cal-Am East Pasadena acquisition, a 750% profit. That's over and above the authorized rate of return that system owner realized every year that they own that system. Waring is a much smaller system, but a similarly very high profit that owner walked away from. Now that's an increase in customer bills for very little or no benefit to ratepayers. And those unreasonable premiums for non-troubled systems reduces the ability of ratepayers to pay for priority human right to water acquisitions that we talked about in the first workshop. Next slide, please. So this is a very important point. The 1997 Consolidation Act says that the commission should use standard of fair market value. And it points at the Code of Civil Procedure to say what fair market value means. Next slide. There are two definitions in the Code of Civil Procedure. There's a definition A, where the opposing interests of a buyer and seller will moderate price. Where a market exists, the buyer is going to want the lowest price and the seller is going to want the highest price, and we're going to trust, and we can trust, that they're only going to agree to a price that's reasonable to both of them. But there's a definition B that applies to natural monopolies where there is no relevant comparable market. And in that case, the commission cannot rely on a price negotiated between a buyer and seller. They have to determine their own method of valuation that is just and equitable. Next slide. A water system acquisition simply does not meet that definition A standard. A water utility buyer will be fully reimbursed and earn a rate of return on whatever they pay, eliminating the market incentive to pay the lowest possible price. Ratepayers are captive in this situation. Even if multiple water companies compete, there's no fair market to discipline the price. The buyer really is not the Class A IOU. The buyer is the ratepayer, and the ratepayer is stuck with it, with whatever that purchase price is that goes into rate base. So the commission must use the standard created by that definition B. They must determine their own just and equitable process for valuing systems. There's no algorithm. There's no simple way through this. They have to use discretion. And one of the nice things about that definition B is that it gives the commission the most flexibility to determine a fair price, using fairness as the real value here. That can include the negotiated price, but it should also look beyond that. Next slide, please. So a 2016 paper describing the process of valuing a Nevada water company used 8 different methods that yielded an estimated price ranging from $213 to $314 million. It's a $100 million difference using those different methods. A conclusion that's included in that paper, and there's a link to the paper there, says how there's no reliable shortcuts. The commission currently relies on only a single valuation method, reproduction cost. Okay, next slide, please. The Consolidation Act allows the commission to include a price that exceeds reproduction cost in rate base. We've heard this talked about this morning and then also just a few minutes ago. This has been misinterpreted to mean that reproduction cost is a standard method or the standard method that the commission should use. That's simply not the case. It has also been misinterpreted to mean that any price less than reproduction cost must be reasonable. Nothing limits the commission's ability or discretion to consider only reproduction cost. Nothing limits the commission to considering only reproduction costs. Nothing limits the commission's discretion to authorize only a fair price, a price that is fair to ratepayers. Okay, next slide. There's no substitute for deliberate and thoughtful decision-making based on more complete data. Better data is going to give you better valuations. The Pennsylvania Commission's system using independent appraisals by different valuation experts is one approach. Other states are implementing similar valuation approaches. Proposed legislation in Florida would require appraisals from multiple independent appraisers. Next slide, please. So we've heard this said more eloquently this morning, but the commission can require multiple valuations based on the methods available through standard accounting practice. Reproduction cost, very simply, is not a de facto fair price. The cost approach, which we haven't heard about a lot about, was the standard. That's book value. Was the standard before the Consolidation Act. And an additional point on that book value is that ratepayers pay the authorized rate of return on that book value for the lifetime of that system, so that the seller has recouped quite a bit of their costs. Okay, next slide, please. Just want to point out some of the disclaimers that come along with some of these appraisals, and these both come from the Bellflower case. The first appraisal is from the 2017 appraisal. This document is governed by the specific scope of work authorized by Cal Water. Now, speaking of what independence means, we certainly know that that's the opposite of independence. It goes on to say this not intended to be relied upon by any other party except for regulatory authorities. Now, that simply violates really a basic principle of fairness, that everyone should be looking at the same numbers. A disclaimer that's included in a 2021 appraisal by Kevin Zanni, who presented this morning, says this analysis is not intended to be a fair market value analysis. It's exactly what it is intended to be. That's what it's presented as in that application. It goes on to say, in a fair market value analysis, we would consider the application of the income approach and the market approach to estimate a value of the total system. So in this case, it's agreeing, I think, with our point that more data yields a better analysis. Next slide, please. A revised framework could require valuations by one or more independent appraisers, valuations using the three standard accounting methods in addition to reproduction cost. It should require valuation shortcomings and additional data required for a more complete valuation. So have the appraiser let us know what they need to give us a fair appraisal. Valuations must conform to generally accepted accounting principles and other uniform standards of accounting practice. And full and complete valuation and liability data prepared for shareholders or financial regulators should also be submitted to the commission. The commission should be looking at the same numbers in the same books as everyone else. Okay, I have a few more slides that address some of the very specific issues. Next slide, please. Valuations in the Bellflower and Montebello proceedings show that liabilities can triple the costs in these cases to ratepayers of these acquisitions. Both cases, and I'm not sure what happened to my slides here. Hopefully, despite the art problems, you can see what's going on. The $9,000 per connection cost, which is high in terms of averages over time, go up to about $29,000 when you include the $30+ million in deferred maintenance and required upgrades of those systems. Excluding those liabilities from valuation creates an incentive for sellers to defer maintenance, and certainly in the Montebello case, we saw that stated by city council members. Again, it matters what you did with the Corvette, if it sat in a garage or if you took it out racing on Saturday. Next slide, please. Acquisition applications routinely include unreasonable contingency fees and values for fully depreciated assets. Even if an asset is used and useful, ratepayers should never pay twice for the same asset. Life expectancy of an asset should never be arbitrarily extended to increase the value of a system. Next slide. Water rights should be included in valuation only to the extent that they are safe, used, and useful, no different than any other asset. We've seen ratepayers being asked to pay for water that was both unnecessary to meet demand and unusable because of contamination. Next slide. And memorandum accounts are available to address unanticipated costs that are beyond the control of the utility. But acquisitions are fully under the control of a utility. The utility is performing due diligence before purchasing a water system to fully anticipate the costs associated with the acquisition. In fact, the expertise of the buyer is one of the reasons we want Class A utilities buying these small systems. They should be forecasting the costs in the application. They should bear the risk of that forecast until the new rates are established in a GRC by the commission. The fundamental principles of rate making simply ought to apply to these acquisitions. And with that, I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie, for presenting on behalf of public advocates. Next, we will have a presentation from California Water Association with Lori Dahlquist. Lori, please take it away.
Lori, you're on mute.
All right, got it. You'd think after 3 years of this? I'm Lori Dahlquist. I'm here on behalf of California Water Association, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Schiroma, Board Member Firestone, Judge Kelly, and the other organizers for the opportunity to speak today. If you could go to the first slide. First, I'd like to acknowledge that we have a shared goal here, the shared goal of ensuring affordable, high quality, safe, and reliable water service to Californians. The members of CWA are dedicated to furthering this goal, and we recognize that it's one shared by the Commission, the State Water Resources Control Board, and Cal Advocates. So I think it's important to keep that shared goal in mind as we proceed. I have a lot of text on these, and I will reassure you that I'm not just going to read the text. These can be used for future reference later. I'm just going to hit the high points. So on this one, I think the point to mention here is that the Commission is required by law under the Consolidation Act to include the fair market value of the acquired system in rate base. Also, by law, in almost all circumstances before the Commission, the fair market value is the purchase price. This is what the Commission is required to use, and it doesn't have the discretion to choose another method of determining the fair market value. I've heard talk this morning and this afternoon about incentives regarding purchase prices. But the legislature has already addressed this and included a built-in protection. Under the Consolidation Act, if the purchase price is higher than the appraised value, then the Commission can determine whether it is reasonable to include that difference in rate base. And that creates an incentive for the utilities to negotiate the best possible purchase price for its customers. There is no incentive to try to pay too much, because then that amount may not be able to be recovered in rate base. Now, I'll note here that the Commission has, as it must, consistently followed the law with respect to fair market value. And the Commission has found multiple transactions over the last 25 years, transactions where the fair market value is determined by the purchase price is put into rate base. It's determined that these transactions benefit the public interest, and they certainly have. We've heard talk today about the benefits of the consolidation with respect to maintaining water quality, affordability, efficiencies, and all these other things. And this applies to both systems that are troubled and systems that may just be smaller and not have these economies of scale. I would say that because there are already customer protections built into this legislation, there's no need for the Commission to try to modify the statute to adopt a new statutory framework. This would be a waste of resources. Again, we all have a goal of benefiting the customers and ensuring safe, affordable, and reliable water service. So our resources are better spent looking at ways to streamline the process and create incentives than trying to change existing legislation. So on to the next slide, please. How should the commission determine the fair market value of a water utility system? And as I mentioned, this is already set forth in statute, and the commission, of course, cannot and has not act contrary to law. The commission must use the fair market value when establishing the rate base, and the fair market value is defined in this Code of Civil Procedure. First, under 320A, as I mentioned here, it is the property taken at the highest price on the date of valuation that would be agreed to basically by a willing seller and a willing buyer. If there is a willing seller and a willing buyer, this is the end. The fair market value has now been determined. Section B only applies when there is no market. When you have a willing seller and a willing buyer, by definition, you have a market. So in almost all the circumstances that the commission will see, a market exists and it cannot move to 320B to try to substitute its own method of determining fair market value. If you could move to the next slide. I did, however, want to mention one of the issues raised earlier today is there are mandatory consolidations where you may not have a willing seller and a willing buyer. And I just put this in as a placeholder, but our speaker this morning from the State Water Resources Control Board also mentioned that circumstance. But again, that's still a fair market value of the system, even if it's not necessarily in that case determined by a purchase price. If you could move on to the next slide. The next one. There you go. This is the question, one back, sorry. We're looking at the one on third-party appraisals. And this is the question Nick Subias talked about, and there's also discussion of the Pennsylvania method. But when we're looking at the feasibility or the benefits of requiring a third-party appraisal, I think there's a couple things to keep in mind. First, it's what the appraisal is used for. Again, the appraisal doesn't determine the fair market value. The appraisal is determined to determine whether there is an acquisition premium, whether there is a difference between the appraisal and the purchase price, and then to assess the reasonability of including that acquisition rates. Now, I think it's also important to keep in mind that the purchase price in many of these transactions is lower than the appraised value, and I'm talking appraised value both by applicants and by public advocates. So again, as I mentioned before, you already have an incentive to negotiate lower prices. CWA does not believe that a third-party appraisal is necessary or would improve or add value to the PUC's deliberation. And there's a couple reasons why, and they were already discussed by the parties today. First, as the Pennsylvania representatives mentioned earlier today, that the standard for appraisals already addresses that they must be included independently, and they can't be done to try to meet a foregone conclusion. So despite Mr. Scher's allegations regarding what appraisers are doing, I think Mr. Zanni would agree, and certainly the representatives from Pennsylvania mentioned that the standard for professional appraisals is that they are done independently. So we already have appraisals done independently. Second, I would just also mention that Mr. Subias described the process for trying to get a third-party appraisal, and it sounded long and involved with the possibility of the need for commission mediators and other issues. So again, CWA does not necessarily see that this provides significant value, given that the appraisal isn't necessary to determine the fair market value. It's addressed in respect to the acquisition premium. You can move on to the next slide. Here's the question of liabilities, and Mr. Scher brought this up, and I think it's important to first get this sort of terminology correct, is that liabilities and deferred maintenance are two different issues. Liabilities is more of a balance sheet term where you're balancing your assets and your liabilities. And as I mentioned here, that's a particular interest, say with a stock acquisition where the acquiring entity acquires both the assets and the liabilities. But using the term liabilities to describe deferred maintenance or capital expenditures that may be needed to be done in the future is inaccurate and confusing. So our request certainly would be that throughout this proceeding that the commission is very careful with its terminology, because describing these as liabilities, which is its particular financial concept, is not accurate here. My second point I would make is that deferred maintenance can already be addressed through the valuation and appraisal process. But I think it's important to recognize that often these systems are being acquired because maintenance has been perhaps deferred or some capital expenditures have not been made. These are often systems that are either troubled or at risk or very small, where the ability to perform certain maintenance activities or the ability to make certain capital investments are the very reason why they're being considered for these transactions. So attempting to sort of penalize the acquiring company with respect to these expenditures that may be made in the future is contrary to the goals of certainly the Commission and the state goals regarding consolidations. If you can move on to the next slide, please. This is water rights, and certainly here in California, we can recognize the benefits of water rights as we enter into a time where you're going to have increased droughts, longer droughts. Water rights are becoming increasingly valuable, but it's important to look at what they are. You know, the PUC should treat the acquired water rights as non-depreciable assets in rate base as part of the fair market value, and that is what the Commission has done, because these are intangible, non-depreciable assets. Water rights do not lose value over time, and they also don't need to be replaced later on. So keeping the valuation of water rights as a static amount substantially benefits customers, since over time here in California, the value of water rights will likely increase, while the rate-based valuation of these water rights will not change. So the Commission should certainly be doing everything it can at this point to encourage utilities to purchase water rights when they are available. This benefits the customers of the overall system. Often these water rights can be used to benefit other systems that the acquiring utility already has, and maintaining these water rights certainly benefits the customers of the acquired system. Next slide, please. This question is, how can the Commission promote a more consistent application? And I will say that this question doesn't really make a lot of sense because the PUC has already been consistent in its application. The Commission has been consistent from a legal standpoint in that the Commission has complied with the Consolidation Act's requirements regarding application of these standards. And the Commission has also been consistent from a factual standpoint in that it has applied the law consistently to similar fact patterns over the last 25 years. Let me repeat again what I've said is the Commission doesn't have the authority or discretion to pick and choose between 320A and B. If there is a market, if there's a willing seller and a willing buyer, that is the fair market value, and that is what goes into rate base. Now, it might be helpful to look into where this section of the Code of Civil Procedure came from, because it provides some context for some of the language that you may see. This section is actually under the section drafted to address takings. And here there are circumstances where you may not have a willing seller and a willing buyer, and you may need to look to other areas to determine the fair market value. So again, here, as I mentioned, if you have a willing seller and a willing buyer, your fair market value has been determined. If you don't, that's when you look to other equitable methods. Next slide, please. And again, this is similarly here, is that this provides context for this Code of Civil Procedure, that it was done in the context of takings, eminent domain, where it may be more difficult than in the transactions that the Commission looks at to determine the fair market value. The next slide. I think it's important here to look at some of the language that we've seen referenced by others regarding this reference to special properties such as churches, utilities, and similar properties. Now, this does not mean that all transactions involving these types of entities are done under 320B. Remember, in nearly all systems that the Commission looks at, there is a market because we have a willing seller and a willing buyer. However, there may be circumstances where you don't have a willing seller and a willing buyer, and you have these types of particular properties where there might not be a comparable market. And that's, again, where this discretion is necessary to determine the fair market value. Next slide, please. And I will say that the Commission's consistent application of the law over the last 25 years is supported by an analysis of the legislative history. And in particular, the Senate bill analysis discusses comparing the purchase price of the transaction with the appraisal. Now, remember, this legislation was specifically written to address water utilities. They knew they were dealing with utilities. So that's why the idea that, you know, they wanted to exempt water utilities from using purchase price or something like that just doesn't make any sense. The legislative history uses the term purchase price as an equivalent for fair market value in this discussion of water utility transactions. And this makes sense because there again, the protection they provided was a comparison against the fair market value as determined by the purchase price to the appraisal to see if there is any sort of acquisition premium that the commission needs to address. Now, if this comparison were against whatever the commission wanted to use as fair market value and the appraisal to determine an acquisition premium, this doesn't really make any sense. It wouldn't really provide the same benefits. So again, if you take a close examination at the legislative history, it makes it clear that purchase price was intended to be used as the equivalent for fair market value with respect to these water utility transactions. And also, again, the plain language of the law says that as well. Next slide. This just brings up, again, what I've said before is that the commission has applied this consistently, both legally, and that it has applied this term consistent with the Consolidation Act, and factually. I think we looked at it and there was only one decision over 18 years where they didn't use 320A fair market value of purchase price. And that was a system that was acquired for $1. So it was sort of different factual circumstances. Next slide, please. The next question goes to this issue of memorandum accounts. And as Carmelita spoke this morning, she noted that there are a lot of costs that are incurred before the application is filed. And in particular, in two decisions, the commission has adopted obligations regarding the information that must be provided. And utilities do this. They get all this information, including what can be very expensive valuations, and they include these with their applications. Utilities should be able to recover these costs because these are compliance costs. If they're determined to be reasonable, the commission should allow these utilities to recover compliance costs. Trying to deprive the utilities of their ability to recover reasonable compliance costs certainly creates a disincentive with respect to these transactions. And it must be noted in respect to a point that Mr. Scher made is that these transactions don't line up necessarily with the 3-year rate case cycle. You know, you may not be able to see 3 or 4 years down the road that you will be exploring a transaction when you file your rate case. So the idea that they could be forecasted as part of a rate case is just not factually accurate. CWA would certainly recommend that the commission allow memorandum accounts that are allow the utilities to track for future recovery these costs as soon as they are incurred, particularly costs related to compliance. Next slide, please. So here's an issue of should the commission determine the cause of increasing purchase price per connection of water utility system acquisitions? And when I prepared the slide, I was looking at the white paper. I saw Mr. Scher also included a new comparison. But I would say that this idea that there's a drastically increasing purchase price isn't borne out by the facts. In particular, when you're looking at these, you need to be sure that you're doing an accurate comparison that provides the commission the information that it needs. So when you have transactions that may, that may be outliers, in particular things like the transaction for $1 in 2012, that doesn't provide an accurate basis for comparison. You also need to look into see what are other factors that may be driving up the average purchase price per connection, including, most importantly, the increase in the cost of providing water service and the increase in the value of water rights. You can move on to the next slide, please. So here, CWA commissioned a sort of a different analysis to try to look to see if there was indeed a purchase price increase that needed to be addressed. So what I have here are these purchase prices acquisitions 2007 through 2021. And we use this because this was the period that was used in the white paper. We've taken out any acquisitions that had a purchase price over $1,000 because we don't think that's necessarily what we're looking at here, or that those types of small transactions really provide a helpful basis for comparison. This isn't adjusted for inflation, which if I had additional time or to do an additional analysis, I might want to do that, because certainly the costs of inflation have affected the cost of providing water service. But if you can see here, you'll see there are a few outliers where there is a higher cost per connection, but generally we are not seeing the drastic increase in price per connection that the white paper showed or that CalPA tries to advocate. What we are seeing is sort of a generally slow increase or steady cost per connection, with a few cases where the cost per connection was higher. Often these transactions involve the inclusion of very valuable water rights, which benefit the customers of the acquired system and existing customers. Next slide, please. So to conclude here, I would say again, the Commission has consistently, lawfully, and correctly applied the standards set forth in the Consolidation Act. And applying these standards, it has found that dozens of transactions have served the public interest over the last 25 years. And the Commission, of course, must continue to comply with the statutory requirements regarding fair market value. If the Commission wanted to change this, it would have to get the legislation changed. It cannot make that change on their own, given the constraints of the Consolidation Act. Again, we would say those resources are better used to do things like streamline the grant process or provide incentives regarding inadequately operated and maintained systems. So we would recommend that the Commission continue to consistently and lawfully apply the standards in the Consolidation Act and make no attempt at this point to modify the statutory framework. Last slide. And that's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And I know there will be questions at some point, so thank you.
Thank you, Lori, for presenting on behalf of CWA, and this brings us to our respective afternoon break. I'd like to give us all a chance to get a breather before we go to our Q&A with both moderated Q&A and our more open-ended format. So with that, maybe we'll have a short break to get us back on track and reconvene here at around 2:45. Thanks, everyone. I'll put that in the chat as well. All right, my clock is showing 2:45. I appreciate everyone reconvening. Hopefully everyone got a quick water break and was able to refresh themselves before we begin our Q&A session. And for this next session, I'll hand it off to our Water Division team of Allison and Jeff to go through the ground rules and the questions that will be posed.
Good afternoon, everyone. As with the morning session, we'll be using the raise hand feature on WebEx to request to speak. If you're already a panelist, you may unmute yourself. If you are not a panelist and are an attendee, again, please use that raise hand feature and we will call on you to speak. Folks will have 1 minute to speak and the timer will start when that speech begins. And just as a reminder, there will be an opportunity to provide comments after the fact in relation to the workshop report. And so with that, the next slide, please. So we have a list of 7 questions from the scoping memo of this proceeding that we want to address. And we'll start with number 1, how should the Commission determine the fair market value of a water utility system in utility acquisitions? So anyone who would like to take a shot at answering that first question, please feel free.
This is Lori Dolquist for California Water Association, and just to repeat what I said is that the Consolidation Act already provides the requirements as to how the Commission should determine fair market value, and it's determined by purchase price between a willing buyer and a willing seller in almost all circumstances before the Commission.
So I think this is Eddie. I've addressed this very specifically in one of my slides. In this case, there is no market. That definition A from that piece of civil procedure code does not apply. And so the Commission has full discretion to figure out what the fair valuation is and what the right amount that goes into rate base should be. And unfortunately, there's no magic pill. They have to get the full data and they have to evaluate that data in a thoughtful way to come up with what a fair price is from a ratepayer's perspective.
And I would just add that that's contrary certainly to the legislative history of the Consolidation Act, which mentions purchase price as an equivalent for fair market value. And also the idea that there's no market for these types of utility properties is also contrary to fact. We do have a willing seller and a willing buyer. Often you have multiple willing buyers looking to purchase these. So the idea that there's no market is both certainly contrary to the legislative history, but also contrary to fact.
All right, thanks to both of you for those responses. We can move on to the second question, and in all cases, I know these kind of tie back together, so feel free to jump back to earlier questions as necessary. And yeah, Commissioner Shiroma, please go ahead.
Thanks, Jefferson. I'm going to insert myself here. Well, first of all, thank you everyone for the excellent presentations. I feel like I went to law school. Really, really good. So as Jefferson is delving into these questions from each of you. Okay, so first of all, for Megan, you mentioned that there are six active mandatory consolidation projects. And are you able to share what is the status of the fair market value of those 6 mandatory projects? And also, is there a list of those projects on your website, or is there a confidentiality to it right now? Or
There is a list on our website, and I can add that link to the chat. That any that are officially in the mandatory consolidation process are listed there. As far as the status of valuation, the main ones that I'm aware of that involve CPUC regulated entities, one is a consolidation that's happening in the East Niles area, and one of the systems that will be consolidated is the Del Oro Country Estates system. And we are on the cusp of executing a construction funding agreement for that consolidation. And at this time, there are some costs budgeted in there based on 2 prior appraisals that were conducted, from what I understand, a couple of years ago. And so we're anticipating there may be a need to refresh those cost estimates on the cost of the acquisition, because the acquisition has not come before the CPUC yet. That's still being finalized. Another one is a case, well, actually, and this is in the other direction. So this is a case where Del Oro Water Company Larkspur would be the receiving water system, and there's another system, NorCal Waterworks, that would be acquired by Del Oro. And that's in the very early phases of the process, and we do not have any work yet complete as far as appraisals and that sort of thing. Does that answer the question?
That's very, very helpful. I guess what I'm asking is, do you have, in a mandatory consolidation situation, are you relying on the appraisal for determining a fair market?
Well, I mean, we certainly need to also have CPUC's approval of that price as well. That's part of the sort of this statute actually specifically mentions CPUC as being part of the process.
Oh, okay, okay. And so maybe for Lori, again, just to help remind, educate, and so forth. In a situation like this where it's a mandatory consolidation, is there still a buyer-seller conversation, negotiation? I mean, there's an appraisal, but it is per the statute. Is there a requirement to have the standard kind of fair market conversation occur?
There aren't specifics about how the price should be determined, really, to the level of what you all have in your regulations.
Okay. Anybody else? Lori Dahlquist, anyone else have insights here?
Thank you, Commissioner Shiroma. This is a circumstance where, and I'm not as familiar with the mandatory consolidation framework just because it is relatively limited, and I don't think they've reached the commission yet. But as you mentioned, Commissioner Shiroma, you don't have a willing seller and a willing buyer. So you're looking at fair market value to be determined in a different way. They do that in eminent domain or sort of takings proceedings, and often things they look at are things like appraisals, or if there are comparable transactions that you could use to, determine what a market would be if there were a hypothetical willing seller and willing buyer. But since there's no actual one, you just don't have a negotiated purchase price. So that is one of the circumstances where you would be looking beyond. There's no purchase price to look at. You're looking at something else.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then just one more question and by the way, for let's see, Carmelita, thank you for the shout out to our environmental and social justice goals. Meanwhile, for Ed, share now. When we're looking at very small municipally run, owned districts that are in extreme distress, what there is a voluntary does that mean we have the resources to hire an appraiser? I mean, how might that work? If the seller hires an appraiser, or the that hires an appraiser, the seller hires an appraiser, and I'm not talking about hiring a third-party appraiser at this point, but and maybe this is also for the State Water Resources Control Board situation.
Yeah, I apologize.
Go to you.
Going in and out a little bit for me, but I think what you're asking is if there's like a small failing system, how can they really afford to hire an appraiser? Is that okay?
Yeah, yes.
So, I mean, we have the ability to fund the appraiser through our technical assistance program, and that is how it has been accomplished in the one or two cases where we've started down this path. And so that is an option when, the small system is not able to accomplish that on their own.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I'll stop there and turn the microphone back over to Jefferson to go through the questions.
Jefferson, this is Eddie Scher. Can I make a quick point that I think is very closely related to what the commissioner was asking about? One of the concerns that we have is that in the case of a failing or at-risk system, the values are not going to be nearly as high as a system that's not at risk. So you're not going to see these purchase premiums happening, and it's not what we've seen, where you get multiple 100% profits based on the sale, because it doesn't pass the laugh test. If a system that's truly troubled doesn't and shouldn't sell for a huge markup, essentially, at the time of the sale. The thing I think that Cal Advocates is very sensitive to, that we really want to make the point on, are these systems that are not small, that are not troubled, but are being sold at huge markups. And that markup goes into rate base. And so, well, that's my point. Thank you.
And I would add to that, Mr. Shares used the term premium multiple times, but not quite the way that it's defined in the Consolidation Act. A premium is the difference between the purchase price and the appraised value, which the commission uses RCNLD. So that is a premium. That's where the commission uses its discretion to determine if it's reasonable to be included in purchase price. So just a terminology issue there. And I would also notice that when you're looking at a comparison of what you consider a profit or a windfall or something like that, Kevin Zanni mentioned earlier today that net book value is not a method used to determine valuation or appraisal. So it's not particularly a helpful comparison here.
This is Janice Hanna from Del Oro Water. And if it's okay, I'd like to make a comment on this mandatory consolidation. It's based because of water quality. It's not that we do not have and have not taken care of our country estates district. It is being maintained, it has meters, we have all the backup, everything that we need. The water quality in the area is very, very bad. And for years, we tried to negotiate with the neighboring community district to do an intertie so that we could buy water from them, because they have a treatment plant and they treat their water. We looked at a lot around the district. There was no large enough piece of property that we could even build a treatment plant. Plus there was 95 customers and treatment plants are so expensive. So we went along with a mandatory consolidation with the state, and we did pay for an appraisal. And I believe the state did the other appraisal. And it was done in 2021, I believe. And I just pulled it up, and the market value, it is not premium, but it is what the district is worth and what we would expect in getting paid when this consolidation goes through. And I know that we're a long ways from the negotiation, and Megan's right. We've been doing meetings. We're just beginning to start that process. But I think just because you're naming something as a failing water utility doesn't mean that the asset itself isn't qualify and have value.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very insightful.
Thanks, everyone. We have a hand up from Natalie Wales as well. Natalie, if you want to speak at this time.
Natalie Wells with California Water Service Company. And I just wanted to note that perhaps partially in response to Commissioner Stroma's question, I believe that most parties could agree that if there is not a rate base request that is anything more than a de minimis, if that's really, for example, a $1 purchase price, that an appraisal probably is not necessary and perhaps would not be a cost-effective endeavor for those kinds of transactions, which are not really what we're talking about here. But I wanted to acknowledge that for number two, that sometimes appraisals are really not appropriate. So I'm happy to, if anyone disagrees with that, would be happy to hear that. But I believe that that would be commonly understood.
Natalie, this is Nick Subius. If I may comment just a bit, I 100% agree with you. And I think that, like I referenced in my slides for D9910-064, there is language in there that says that the complexity and scale of the appraisal should correspond to the size of the system and the price of the system. I think one of the things that we've thought about here for the rulemaking might be that it would be sort of helpful to possibly lay out and have a better understanding of how that works depending on price point. So like, you know, if it's over $5 million or if it's over $2 million, things like that, the scope of the appraisal. But I think it, you know, for a system that's selling for $1 or even a system that's selling for $1 million, it doesn't make sense to do the same type of appraisal on a system that's selling for 20 million or 30 or $100 million. That's just not a prudent use of resources.
So this is Jackson. I just would like to chime in that I completely agree with Natalie and Nick's points there. And going back to the case study for Yermo, the purchase price and that was ultimately added to rate base was just based on the liens for the existing company, Yermo Water Company. So it was basically the cost of paying their past fines, fees, taxes. So just wanted to add that.
Not to pile on, this is Eddie Scher again with Cal Advocates. I think we certainly agree with that, and I think we've seen in those acquisition applications and advice letters that have come in these kinds of situations, we've laid out of those for that exact reason. Those systems should be acquired. It's certainly in the public benefits, and where there's not those huge purchase prices, it's much easier to determine that they're in the public benefit.
Thank you, everyone. And we'll give the microphone back to Jefferson.
Thanks, Commissioner Shiroma. I guess we'll move on to the second question, which we've already kind of touched on, the feasibility of requiring a third-party appraisal for each proposed acquisition. We can also address the third question about existing liabilities and how those affect the fair market value of the system, particularly as they relate to deferred maintenance. I know we have talked about that in some of the earlier presentations, but yeah, these are the questions that we as moderators wanted to pose to you as the parties.
So in terms of the feasibility of a third-party appraisal, I can give you my experience from having worked on many recent appraisals. And that is, as I laid out, it's been a learning process for us. In the Fruit Ridge case, working with the independent appraisers, we learned a lot about more advanced appraisal methodologies and techniques. And we've tried to apply that in our subsequent acquisitions, especially for higher cost ones. So in Bellflower, where we did a second appraisal at the ordering of the commission, or in East Pasadena, which was a more expensive acquisition. And even in Waring, we provided fairly sophisticated appraisals that included an RCNLD, which is required by statute, and then looked at all forms of obsolescence. And I will note that since we've been doing that, we have, of course, not in Waring, but in East Pasadena and even in Bellflower, an active participant was the ratepayer advocate or the public advocate's office. And they also, at East Pasadena, it's telling, they didn't, they entered their own appraisal in their testimony, which, as you may recall, the acquisition price was $34 million. I believe Cal PA's appraised value was 38 point something million. So they were appraising it at in excess of the value, and they didn't point out any specific errors or inaccuracies in Cal-Am's appraisal. So I think over time we've used a more sophisticated appraisal. It hasn't received a lot of pushback, and even where CalPA provided a different number, that number was still well in excess of the purchase price, and not very far off from the appraisals we've been providing. So I don't know that it's necessarily going to be that more beneficial. That's much more beneficial now to do a third-party appraisal.
Thank you. And as it relates to determining the fair market value, how could the commission promote a more consistent application of those definitions of fair market value from the Code of Civil Procedure?
I mean, I'll speak again. I think Lori commented on that. I mean, our position is pretty clear. When you look at the drafting notes from the state Senate for section 2720, it talks about purchase price. It doesn't talk about anything else. It talks about purchase price and using that as the comparison. And so I don't know why you would, if the purchase price wasn't the fair market value, why you would even have that section in there. It wouldn't make any sense. So I think that the legislative notes are pretty clear that it's the purchase price, so long as there is a market. And we've talked about if there, as Lori mentioned earlier, if there is a taking or a required sale, that's different. But where you have a buyer and a seller, it's pretty clear that the purchase price they agree to is what's contemplated in the statute.
I would just note that this question is oddly phrased since the commission has been remarkably consistent. It, quite frankly, couldn't get more consistent. It is both consistent with law and consistent in applying the same legal standards to similar factual circumstances. So they are already, the commission's already consistent. You can't get any more consistent.
So the argument has been raised with regard to Section B several times in recent cases. And in all of those, the purchase price was used as the fair market value, at least for us.
So that makes a good point that this legal, because this is a legal issue, this is an interpretation of statute, and the commission has looked at this legal issue repeatedly and concluded that it has been properly applying the fair market value standard. So again, it has been consistent. The commission has repeatedly evaluated this from a legal standpoint. So this is not an issue that should be up for debate. Again, the commission's already examined this upon a legal basis multiple times.
And Lori and Nick, if I could give a pause, I believe Eddie was trying to speak up, so I'd like to give some equal time for all panelists. Eddie, I believe you had a...
I appreciate that. I think the only thing I need to say here is that we agree to disagree with my friends on this. I think I've made our point pretty clear. Essentially, nothing limits the discretion of the commission to act in fairness for ratepayers, and that definition B is there specifically for natural monopolies. And I guess I should say one more time that in my perspective, the buyer of the Corvette is not the kid, it's the parents, and the parents aren't at the table. The kid's negotiating on behalf of parents who are going to write the check no matter what the check is. So we see this as quite differently.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move to the next slide? All right. Well, with that, we have a few more questions related to, let's start with water rights. And I would open this up to our presenters from this morning as well, if you have any thoughts or would like to chime in.
I'll speak up as I always will, and I'll note that certainly the commission should recognize the value of water rights here in California, which are incredibly important now and will only be more important in the future. And this goes to the commission's goal. This works towards the commission's goals related to affordability and reliability. So there's a significant benefit in purchasing water rights when they are available. And then these, as the commission has already determined, this issue's been brought up multiple times, is, these should be considered as part of the purchase price and to be included in rate base. I'll let others who may have done even more transactions involving water rights than me speak, but that is certainly, the commission wants to be including incentives to purchase water rights.
I'll just add that we've bought several systems in Southern California in adjudicated basins now. And as I commented earlier, the first one was Rio Plaza, and we didn't make as clear to the commission that there was a market, that these were exchangeable and sellable, and we made sure to do that in our subsequent applications to the commission. And we've also, I know it was alluded to earlier about some of them aren't used or they're not needed. We have always also in our testimony shown the number of acre feet where we're purchasing, the current use, and actually the flexibility and benefit that is provided to us in our Southern Division to move some of those rights around for the basins and to use them in different service areas so that we can use the lowest cost water possible. So they're useful. They are an asset of the system, just like anything, just like the pipes or just like the wells. And two, we've made the showing that they're necessary assets to be used for the utility.
Since I think that was referring to me, Nick, it wasn't one of your transactions that I was talking about when I talked about water rights. And I think I would just go back to very basic. We don't want to see water rights handled differently than those core principles of rate making. It's as simple as that.
All right. Continuing on, how should the commission address requests for memo accounts associated with acquisitions? In particular, notions of effective date when, as was mentioned earlier, some of those costs may occur before the acquisition itself is filed.
I'll speak to this. I think one of the key points to keep in mind here is that these are compliance costs often. These are costs to comply with commission requirements for these applications. So of course, the utilities should be able to require reasonable compliance costs. And if it's a memorandum account, remember those are always reviewed for reasonable. It's not guaranteed recovery, but these are basic compliance costs and the utility should be able to recover.
I thought it was interesting to hear from Pennsylvania in their example today and this morning that those costs are recognized there, and there are up to a certain percentage included in rate base. So they recognize there that they're necessary costs. The statute is requiring those types of appraisals, and it's allowing for those costs to then to be included in rate base. So I think it's pretty much a recognition that if the commission is going to ask you to do that, if they're necessary, then the cost should be included. And I'll also note that in the LIRA proceeding, when they added the new MDRs, they specifically requested that utilities provide information on the transaction costs incurred to date and expected, as well as the backup documentation for those costs. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to require backup documentation for costs that you're now not going to allow the utility to recover. It seems pretty unnecessary.
I'm so relieved right now because I get to completely agree. Transaction costs should be covered. You guys aren't a charity. My point, and I think maybe I want to just make sure it was clear, is that the current situation is that purchase prices are approved at the time of the application, but the change in rates is pushed off to the following GRC, and we'd like to see that changed. We'd like to see at the time of the application full transparency in terms of transaction costs, but also what those changes in rates will be. And the commission should look at these acquisitions from the point of view of the ratepayer. What is it going to cost ratepayers? And approve those changes at that time, at the time of the approval of the acquisition. So right now so just to be clear, transaction costs, yes, of course, should be included. You should get reimbursed for those, of course. But the change in customer bills that are going to happen because of an acquisition should happen at the time that the acquisition is approved by the commission.
I'll just note that from the LIRA proceeding too, if the concern is making sure that the ratepayer has that information, also in the WERA proceeding, there are extensive MDRs that were added to make sure that the cost estimates provided in notices to the customers had a whole bunch of information related to that. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at it. They want to estimate the potential incremental cost impact on existing and acquired customers following the actual results. And then there's a whole list of things that the WERA proceeding in the new MDRs requires the utilities to do. So I don't think that the customers are being deprived of that information. In fact, the commission is already required, and we put it in our notices, and we have to send it out to all of our customers. So I think in terms of notice and educating our customers on that, the commission's already addressed that in a prior rulemaking, and the utilities are doing that when we're filing our applications.
I'll speak and say, just like Mr. Scherer, and note with delight, consensus on an issue. So like I mentioned, we have certain consensus goals, but it's good to hear that there's some agreement regarding these transaction costs. Regarding the rate changes that customers may see, Nick mentioned the applicants are already required to include fairly extensive information regarding possible costs of rates and changes that may be forecasted. However, at the time of the transaction, it's very unlikely that the acquiring utility will have the information needed to develop new cost-based rates for the acquired utility. They just don't have enough experience operating the system, running the system, or all of that. It just wouldn't meet the standard necessary to provide the reasonableness of accurate rates that should be imposed at the time of the acquisition. Again, the utilities all do as much as they can to forecast what these rates may be based on the information that they have, but that information may change once they start actually operating the system. And it's possible Ed or Carmelita or even Nick may have experience there where you learn things, or Janice too, after you've acquired, you learn new things about the system.
So just getting back, thank you, Lori. Just getting back to fundamental principles, there's a risk of having to forecast your costs into the future, but that's a basic principle of rate making. And that's a risk that's a business risk that you should take as a national monopoly. And we ask that that's the way the commission handles these, where there's a forecasting of risk of costs, and that's what's included in rates. One of the reasons we want these acquisitions of small systems is because of the expertise and experience of these companies. And this is a place where that due diligence and expertise should pay off.
Thank you. And I see a hand up from Natalie.
Yes, Natalie Wales again with California Water Service. I would really caution trying to, I guess, establish bright lines and rules because particularly for a small system, for example, that's a case when it doesn't make sense to forecast going forward about potential costs when likely those costs will not be as large compared to the magnitude of the acquiring system. And so it makes sense to deal with those in a rate case, for example. And also, once again, if there's a desire to encourage acquisitions of small systems, then requiring a company to forecast the rate change when you acquire it is definitely a way to discourage those acquisitions. Another comment I would make is that even a balancing account is not really going to capture all the costs that a company incurs in acquiring a system. So it's very, very important for the reasons that have been discussed, but that will not make a company whole for all of the internal processes that need to be done for the due diligence, which is done by engineering and legal and water quality folks. Those are all employees of the company for Cal Water's case, and therefore could not be captured in memo account. A memo account is for incremental costs above those that are not already in rates. And then after an acquisition is approved, all of the integration costs, that is the IT, customer service, there are a lot of integration costs. So I wanted to caution people if there's a feeling that a memo account will be a panacea to encourage companies to do acquisitions. All of those need to be taken into account if there's a desire to encourage acquisitions of troubled systems.
Thanks, Natalie. I see another hand up from Wes Owens.
Yeah, hey, Wes Owens with California American Water here. I guess I had another item I was going to talk about on liabilities, but just wanted to address the concept of kind of implementing rates upon the acquisition closing. I guess a big caution, like off the bat, I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. But the caution I have is just logistically, the requirements for a full rate application to increase rates are dramatically different than an acquisition to this point. I mean, it's just more, and I'm just talking about logistical items, and so it'd be, I think, difficult. And the other thing I'd note is, I'll just throw out an example, the Waring proceeding. You know, that one was, I think CalPE had a protest, ultimately withdrew it, if I'm not confusing them. So it was unopposed ultimately, and even without all those other items, it still took 2+ years to get a decision in that. So I think if you add in something like that, what the rate aspects would be, I think it would make it potentially take even longer. And just to follow on Nick's note, we do provide an estimate on what the customer impacts will be. So we do provide that notice, so customers are informed, and we note that rates will increase in a subsequent rate case. The other issue I was originally raised my hand for was around this liabilities, and I know Lori touched on it for like this issue of liabilities really kind of being an accounting term, and I am not an accountant. But I think I just want to reiterate that kind of, and liabilities that are on the balance sheet of a company, I think an acquired company typically come into play for stock acquisitions, and these smaller entities, smaller utilities, you know, usually family owned. I'm not usually, in a lot of cases, they're family owned. They want to get out of the business. Maybe they're older. They don't want to deal with these liabilities. And an asset acquisition, the liabilities typically stay with these owners. Okay. And a stock acquisition, liabilities come over to the acquiring company. But what we've seen is these stock acquisitions are so confusing, I think, to the commission, and maybe it's our fault for not doing a great job explaining them, that they become so difficult that we try to avoid them as much as possible. So one thing that would, I think, help in the process and help these companies that are being acquired is more, I don't know, more understanding around what kind of these stock acquisitions are, and how the idea or the liabilities should or could kind of play into it. So I won't go into the details and bore everybody in this call, but you know, maybe in comments or something like that, we could do that. And then, like Lori said, deferred maintenance, kind of what I think is conflated with liabilities, and I understand why. Like conceptually, you think about that as like, oh, there's these ongoing deferred maintenance issues that need to be addressed, but those really aren't liabilities by the definition. I think we should looking at. I think we should consider them for sure, but you know, maybe consider them separately from that kind of strict accounting. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Wes. Commissioner Shiroma, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Really good discussion, and I know that I'm eating into the time that the parties can make additional comments or ask questions. But my question is this: it has to do with the required election in municipal situations, and let me ask it this way. So, for those of you who have experienced an acquisition with a municipal water utility, does the negotiation the fair market value of their system, maybe even in a qualitative sense, I mean, and an election is required, it's in the statute. But does it, from your experience or perspective, does that influence the negotiation of the fair market value? Now, I don't think we have any municipal representatives on the panel today. So I'm just asking if that comes into play in terms of negotiating that fair market value. And if the answer is don't know, not really, not relevant, that's okay too. It is a required feature of an acquisition. That question.
So I can only speak to my limited experience in Bellflower, but there, absolutely an election was required. But at first there was an RFP that was put out, and then there were bids that were taken in from the city. So that's how the process took place there. And then once the bids were taken in and the city selected its bid, then you had a citywide election where you had to have approval.
I would pipe up, that's also been the experience in the one or two that I've worked on is you have the RFP system. So that's how you determine a market. And in that case, you often have multiple buyers there as well. And so that's how the purchase price is determined.
So we have a bit of a different perspective on this, which is that even if you have an RFP and even if you have multiple natural monopoly buyers competing for an asset, because they're going to be the cost, the purchase price is going to be paid for by ratepayers, captured customers of those companies. The premise that the buyer has an incentive to pay the lowest price does not apply the way it would in a regular market. When you walk into a store to buy something, you have an incentive to pay the least price you can. Or a car dealership, to extend our metaphor. It's not the same in a monopoly. The commission has to play that role of disciplining those prices. And the reason is that the IOU is negotiating a price on behalf of ratepayers who are captured, who are going to have to pay whatever price the commission determines is the fair price. And that's why this deliberative process using the full discretion of the commission is required. You can't depend on the market to set a fair price.
And you don't have to. The statute already, when you look at the legislative history, it already took into account Edward's statement and his argument. This legislative history looked at that, and it specifically drafted and put in section B. It says it in the history. That's why it included that section, in order to provide that protection. So the legislature already contemplated that, addressed it, and put it in the statute. That's what the legislature, it's sitting here right in front of me. I'm looking at the legislative history. That's exactly what it did.
And let me just clarify that when Nick's talking about section B, he's talking about section 2720B, which is the provides exactly the protection. The legislature knew that there could possibly be issues related to incentives, and it adopted the protection where if there is a difference, if the purchase price is higher than the appraised value, that's where the commission discretion comes in to determine whether it's reasonable to include in rates. I just wanted to clarify that because there's two Bs we're often talking about, 2720B and the 320B from the Code of Civil Procedure.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, and it says in the legislative history, this bill is intended to provide a protection against overpayment for a water system by a water utility. I mean, you couldn't get much clearer than that. That's what it says in the legislative history for the bill. So they knew about the issue that Ed raised, and they specifically addressed
it. Just really quickly, it doesn't relieve the commission of the responsibility or the duty to use its own diligence and make the call on behalf of ratepayer fairness.
Thank you. And I guess onto our last question, should there be an analysis conducted to determine the cause of increasing purchase prices per connection of water utility system acquisitions? I know we've talked about this a little bit earlier, but a chance for any additional thoughts on this topic.
I would just note, again, if you just look straight at the purchase price per connections, take out the sort of situations where the purchase price is, very low, $1 or under 1,000, you just don't see that exponential increase in purchase price per connection. You do see some transactions where it is higher than, compared to the rest. But again, those are often cases where you're dealing with the acquisition of very valuable water rights. And you can take out or try to manipulate the data that you're showing. But again, if you just look at the purchase price per connection over time, it just doesn't show that type of alarming increase.
Thank you. And Rami, your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Jefferson. This is Rami Kalon from California Water Service. I just want to note that this question 7 was the same question asked of us in the original rate making. Cal Water disagrees with the way this question is framed and what it attempts to imply. I mean, if the question's based on findings in the white paper, then the premise is incorrect. We saw 2 charts this afternoon, one presented by Cal Advocates, one presented by CWA. The reader or the observer of those charts can make up their own mind whether prices are increasing or not. The way this question is asked, it basically implies that purchase prices are increasing, and that is probably not the correct conclusion. Thank you.
Thanks, Rami, and thanks to our other speakers. At this time, we'd like to open the session for parties to raise questions either in general or to panelists either from the morning or the afternoon session. And I see, Lori, your hand up. Feel free to start us off.
Yes, I actually had a question for Megan, the presenter from the State Water Resources Control Board. Wanted to know if she saw the opportunity for streamlining or efficiencies in the grant process, perhaps by coordination between the board and the commission.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something we're actively coordinating on. For one, making sure that we have similar processes on the valuation is important. But also, as you're mentioning, sort of dovetailing our approvals and CPUC approvals to the extent we can. We've been trying to look at ways to potentially determine if it's possible to have a single agreement that serves the purchase agreement needs on the CPUC side and the consolidation agreement needs on our side, instead of potentially 2 separate agreements addressing those things, because there is some overlap. So those are some of the things that we've, started to embark on here.
If I could round out Megan's response there as the PUC counterpart with the Water Division, you can tell we're closely working with the board, and especially Megan's team from DFA, but also Division of Drinking Water, and how best to streamline this process. As you know, the grant funding process is a very critical part of the overall acquisitions part that we notice. But hopefully that answers your question, Lori.
That was exactly it. I know there's a lot of interest in that from the board and from the commission and from, CWA and Cal Advocates, so that's good to hear.
Thanks, everyone. Other questions from parties? Well, hearing none, I guess I will pass it back to Terrence for any other public comments or other topics related to this acquisitions workshop.
Thanks, Jeff, for leading us and moderating through that Q&A session. And again, this is more an open opportunity for any of the workshop participants to raise their hand, ask any questions of the panelists we have on deck, and also just any last questions that we welcome before we close out here. So we'll give it some time to open the floor. And not to cut anyone short, but I didn't see any hands raised, and I'll also take that as a note for a friendly reminder that this isn't the last or final opportunity to comment. We will have a Water Division workshop summary report where all parties are allowed to comment and reply comment. There will be timelines issued for that following this workshop. But with that, I'm happy to begin our closing part of this workshop, and I'll hand it first off to Commissioner Shiroma for her closing remarks, and then Board Member Laurel Firestone for her closing remarks.
Thank you, Terrence, and thank you, everyone. This was another great workshop. Excellent presentations from all. Very good, in-depth, and lively discussion. I want to express my gratitude, as well as to State Water Resources Control Board Member Laurel Firestone, my Valuation partner, Commissioner Darcy Houck, and her advisor, Victor Smith, Judge Gerald Kelly, and your trusty companion, your cat that we always enjoy seeing on the WebEx, and our CPUC attorney, Carrie-Ann Shepard. And from the Water Division, big thanks to our Division Director, Terrence Shia, Viet Kevin Trong, who's a brand new father, brand new dad, Jefferson Hancock, Eustace, Edna Cott, Madi, Jahami, and Allison Pafford. And from my office, my Chief of Staff, Cheryl Wynn. I'd like to give a huge thanks to our IT team to really for making things run smoothly, doing some troubleshooting initially. And that includes Jacob Willman, Francisco Hernandez, Robert Stanford, and Joe Haga. We really could not run these without them. Thank you, and look forward to the summary that will be forthcoming from our division team, and then also the scheduling of our third workshop on ratepayer impacts. We anticipate that in early June. Keep an eye out for a notice on that. And with that, thank you so much, everyone. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I will echo that. Thanks. And this was, I learned a huge amount. Also just learned how much how many nuances and complexities there are and the differences between different processes. So still absorbing, and just really appreciate the time today and the ability to be part of this. Also just wanted to say thank you to the parties and presenters and panelists today. I know many of you, and those of you that I don't, I know many of the organizations that you work with or for, and you know, you are all part of doing really important work in terms of ensuring people have access to safe and affordable drinking water. I know many of you, and heard about some of the cases here today where you have been stepping in to really troubled systems and trying to figure out how to make sure that we as a state can ensure everyone has access to safe drinking water. And this is a piece of working through how we can do that, both in the systems that you're in and in other ones. And lastly, I'll just say thank you to our staff. For one, our Megan and our team at the State Water Board, we have been really prioritizing digging in and going through what we can do to accelerate our grant and financial assistance processes to accelerate access to financial assistance. She mentioned we're doing we just approved an expedited drinking water funding program, but that is just one piece of work we're doing to accelerate our funding processes across the board. And so really appreciate the feedback that folks have on that and partnership to try to help make sure that that's successful. And then again, just thank you to the staff with both agencies that are meeting regularly and with stakeholders to try to figure out how we can coordinate best between our agencies to facilitate these joint goals that we all have here. So, and thank you again to Commissioner Shiroma and to all of you that allowed me to participate today.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone, for your closing remarks, as well as Commissioner Shiroma for your closing remarks as well. I think we appreciate all the close coordination between our sister agencies and being able to work both at the staff level, but also seeing the leadership being in close unison. As you can tell, we have the shared mission and goal of really tackling the tough problems that not we only faced today in this workshop, but overall with the entire rulemaking. And you know, I want to continue extending my thanks to everyone behind the scenes. You may not have seen a lot of the faces here, but the Hill Water Division team of Jeff, Kevin, Eustace, Allison, and Madi, but also the IT team of Jacob, Francisco, Joe, and Robert. You know, these are a lot of the people working diligently behind the scenes to make sure that we have a successful product. And again, I also want to thank the afternoon panelists who were willing to share their time and give us further insights onto the perspectives that we need to develop our record-making process. So much thanks to Megan, to Lori, to Eddie, to Ed Jackson, to Janice and Carmelita, and of course Nick Subius, all of you for really helping us through this workshop process. With that, please be on the lookout for the aforementioned rulings that Commissioner Shiroma mentioned that will help talk through the logistics of this proceeding process and help us move this process along. With that, happy to close out the workshop today, and hopefully everyone keeps safe in these extreme weather events that are going on. Wish everyone the best and take care. Thanks, everyone.